Chapter 650, Great Lucky Chance. Chapter 650, Great Lucky Chance. Lin Ming took a deep breath and held the purple comet spear steady, the spear point still trembling. To use the purple comet spear to pierce through the green-haired female corpse devil was the same as using a peak Earth-step treasure to ruin a Heaven-step treasure. This was entirely due to the added striking power from his battle spirit. Lin Ming's battle spirit was currently at the bronze level. In the future, when it grew, it would become even more terrifying. The battle spirit was well known as the mightiest attack. This reputation was not unearned. As the other three corpse devils saw this, they let out increasingly savage roars and ignored everyone else, all of them simultaneously rushing towards Lin Ming. Facing the concurrent attacks of three corpse devils, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a keen light. He flicked his fingers, and a battle spirit-infused divine demon steel needle howled forth. The power of thunder was a force that most constrained ghosts and evil spirits. With the added support of the battle spirit, the might of this thunder grew to yet another level. Kyla. The divine demon steel needle sank into the body of a corpse devil, causing thick arcs of electricity to shoot out. The corpse devil trembled and then fell to the floor. Although it wasn't severely injured, this still allowed Lin Ming to face 2 instead of 3. With his feet stepping atop golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming suddenly accelerated. Take the first strike and take control of the battle. His figure seemed to teleport in front of a corpse devil. True essence erupted from his body, revolving to the limit as the spear in his hand came smashing down. At this moment, Lin Ming had no intention of hiding even the least bit of his strength. Facing 3 corpse devils at once, he had to maintain the utmost caution and guard. Although his protective true essence and bodily defensive power were strong, he still couldn't allow his skin to be scratched even the littlest bit. Once his skin was broken, that terrifying corpse poison would drill into his body. Lin Ming didn't believe he would be able to resist that at all. Pang! The purple comet spear came slashing down like a whip. With the spear shaft's flexibility reinforced by the battle spirit, he directly smashed apart a corpse devil's chest. The corpse devil was like a ragdoll as it was pounded backwards hundreds of feet by Lin Ming's spear. At the same time, the other corpse devil's claw was reaching towards Lin Ming. But, as that corpse devil's claws approached, its speed suddenly drastically slowed, as if it were mired in mud. In a situation where Lin Ming had just struck with his spear, he still managed to pull out his spear and strike at the other corpse devil. In other words, in an instant, Lin Ming had made 2 spear strikes. Bang! With an explosive sound, the second corpse devil was smashed backwards, sent flying away by Lin Ming's spear. With 3 corpse devils rushing towards Lin Ming at once, one had its body paralyzed by electricity, and the other 2 were smashed away by Lin Ming's spear one at a time. As the other 5 people saw this, they were all shocked. Was this even human? If this striking power was used upon a person's body, it would shatter their body and break everything within them into pieces. Who could still block this? Die. Lin Ming turned his spear and pointed towards that corpse devil that was paralyzed by the power of thunder. The power of the heretical god force and 8 inner hidden gates erupted together. Lin Ming's true essence seemed to rage around him like a roiling inferno, his long hair recklessly waving in the air. Penetrating rainbow. A spear light shot through the void. Fire and thunder intertwine and energy violently exploded. The distorted space maze was split asunder even as Lin Ming's spear pierced through that corpse devil's chest. Bang! It was like a meteor had struck the ground. The terrifying blast of energy cracked earth, sending chunks of dirt flying into the skies with abandon. Fog and crushed stone rolled up in a wave hundreds of feet high as it surged outwards. As the other 5 people saw the terrifying impact of these shockwaves, all of them began summoning their true essence to resist it. Fog and dirt began falling back to the ground. Where the corpse devil had been, there was now a massive gaping hole in the earth hundreds of feet deep. The corpse devil was completely buried within this earth, its fate unknown. How fearful! Seeing this sight, High Lord Cloud Demon paled. This was far too terrifying of an attack. Just the shockwaves had this much strength behind them. He thought that after Lin Ming broke through to Revolving Core, he'd have a comprehensive combat strength around that of Duanmu Kun. But now, it seemed that if their strength was placed in front of Lin Ming, Any one of them would just be a joke. What the hell? How could this boy's striking power be so ridiculously powerful? High Lord Cloud Demon and Duanmu Kun glanced at each other, seeing the deep horror and amazement in the other's eyes. This had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. Lin Ming gently landed several hundred feet away. As he held the purple comet spear in his hands, his expression was tranquil. The battle spirit truly hadn't disappointed him. Even though the corpse devil's body was as tough as refined gold, Lin Ming's spear had still torn it apart. Even if that corpse devil was still alive somewhere in that pit, it wouldn't be too great of a threat. As the other two corpse devils saw this, an instinctual fear was born in their hearts. They hesitated, not sure if they should continue fighting. But at this moment, Lin Ming's feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void once more, and his figure faded, seeming as if he were teleporting through the air. A spear thrust forth, like an azure rainbow shooting through the heavens. Peng! The corpse devil fundamentally wasn't able to even react before Lin Ming stabbed into it, sending it flying back and causing its chest to collapse. As the other corpse devil saw this, it growled out and turned around to escape. The surrounding 5 people all gulped. These corpse devils had low intelligence and lived mainly based on their instincts. Still, after this brief fight, the last remaining one had begun to flee. From this, Lin Ming's terrifying strength could be imagined. Lin Ming, chase it. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Millimeter? Lin Ming was startled. At this time, chasing that corpse devil was a completely unwise move. In this chaotic space, once he entered into a different section of the space maze, all of that effort he put into passing through those several dozen miles outwards would be wasted. Chase it. That fellow must have some good stuff, Demon Shine urged. Although the corpse devil had a slow reaction time, it wasn't slow by any means. In a short period of time, it had already rushed very far away. If it ran out of sight, it would be basically impossible to catch up in this distorted space energy field. Lin Ming fiercely grit his teeth, grasped the purple comet spear, and gave chase. As the other 5 people saw this, they were bewildered. What was Lin Ming doing? Was he actually thinking of chasing that corpse devil? Damn it. At this time, the top priority was obviously to escape from this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. What was the point of chasing down this corpse devil and killing it? In this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, one had to constantly analyze the surroundings while being surrounded by dangers on all sounds. Wasn't chasing this corpse devil the same as committing suicide? As the other people complained in their hearts, they had no other choice. At this time, Lin Ming was their haven. If he followed, then the others would have to follow without hesitation. Following Lin Ming was the only hope they had to make it out of this dreadful land alive. Without Lin Ming they were over with. Fengshen was the first to run forwards. He had absolute belief in Lin Ming. Regardless of what Lin Ming did, he had to have his reasons. There was no need to suspect Lin Ming's methods, because if anyone did, that meant they were wrong. Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and the rest followed right after. Blackstone frowned. What is Lin Ming doing? He's just deliberately stirring up trouble. Duanmu Kun glared at Blackstone with disgust, not bothering to reason with him. He only coldly said, "If you don't know, then don't ask. If you have the ability to make it out of here yourself, then go ahead and leave." Blackstone's words died in his throat. He was left speechless. He certainly had to follow Lin Ming, he simply had no other choice. Moreover, what happened just now was his own fault, so he didn't dare say anything more. The corpse devil madly ran away. Its speed was about the same as Blackstone, Fengshen, and the rest's. With Lin Ming's speed, he just had to shrink the space underneath his feet to catch up, but he purposefully reduced his speed so he could maintain a distance of several hundred feet. The corpse devil's mad rush wasn't in a straight path. Rather, it frequently took corners, curved around, and took sudden lefts and rights. Lin Ming steadfastly followed. No matter where it went, he would follow, with Duanmu Kun and the rest not even daring to go half a step off astray. Everyone was well aware of just how strange this 1,000-mile forbidden zone was. Once someone became lost here, then this would also become their burial ground. The corpse devil brought Lin Ming along for a half-hour chase. At this time, a black mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. There seemed to be a strange spatial distortion around this mountain that meant one didn't see it until they were just 1,000 feet away. As the corpse devil saw this mountain appear, its speed became faster. It roared and quickly vanished into the mountain. "Chase it!" Demon Shine shouted. Without hesitation, Lin Ming also rushed in. Once he stepped into this mountain, Lin Ming felt as if he had entered a completely separate dimension. The corpse devil disappeared, and the endless dreary grey lands that surrounded them also disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black space. "Take the right path and go straight. I left a special mark on that corpse devil earlier, there's no way that it can escape my palm, and, here is probably, hey, Lin Ming, we hit the jackpot." Jackpot? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He didn't ask the details but said, "Let's wait for the others." As his voice fell, Feng Shen, Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and the rest also rushed into this dark space. "Follow me," Lin Ming simply said. Without further ado, he launched his movement technique and rapidly ran to the right with the 5 others following him. With Demon Shine's instructions, Lin Ming ran in 7 or 8 circles in the dark. Then, after he stepped through a strangely twisted space barrier, light appeared before him. At this time, he discovered that he had entered into a cave. Within this cave, there were several sarcophaguses. As for that corpse devil, it crawled into a corner of the cave, sending out intimidating roars towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming calmly took out his purple comet spear and pointed it towards the corpse devil. Against a single corpse devil, there simply weren't any problems. "Lin Ming, this corpse devil is already frightened by you. Although it's trying to intimidate you, the truth is that this is all an act. If you make a channel for it, then it will immediately escape." "Oh." Lin Minute moved to the side. In this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, he didn't want to fight in any unnecessary battles. It was best if he could retain his maximum strength so that he would have a great chance of living through the next disaster that happened here, not to mention that killing this corpse devil gave him absolutely no advantages at all. After Lin Ming moved to the side, Feng Shen and the rest also understood as soon as they caught up and hurried to the side. Lin Ming may not fear this corpse devil, but they were different. In this narrow cave, if Lin Ming wasn't here, then it was possible they would become this corpse devil's supper. Seeing Lin Ming allow it an opening to leave, the corpse devil roared several more times, its rotten eyes shining as it glared at Lin Ming. It cautiously scooted towards this path, and when it felt it was safe enough, suddenly rushed across the cave. Then, as if it had disappeared in space, it simply vanished. After the corpse devil disappeared, Lin Ming asked, "Demon Shine, just what kind of place is this?" "Haha, Lin Ming, you young boy, we are rich now. I thought that these corpse devils were stronger than they should be. These corpse devils aren't those higher-level monsters that come from the depths of the eternal demon abyss. Rather, they are formed within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone after high lords or others die here and then have their corpse possessed by evil spirits. A corpse devil could use infernal energy to temper their corpse and make it unbelievably durable, but not to this degree. Those 4 corpse devils just now should not have had a defensive power equal to a heaven-step treasure. If those things just relied on the infernal energy in the eternal demon abyss to temper themselves, they wouldn't be able to accomplish this even in 100,000 years. So, I suspect that they must have some special treasure to temper themselves through body transformation. And, my guess was correct. It is all right here. Chapter 651, Heaven Step Demon God Bone. Chapter 651, Heaven Step Demon God Bone. Special body transformation treasures? What sort of resources would that be? Lin Ming's interest was piqued and he couldn't help but ask. As someone who was a dual body and law cultivator, he was certainly interested. Hee, just open up those sarcophaguses and take a look inside. Demon Shine excitedly said as he licked his doggy tongue. This old dog was easily roused by things like valuable resources. There were a total of 4 sarcophaguses. These sarcophaguses seemed carved from obsidian and there were also strange and simple patterns carved onto them. They appeared to have passed through an immeasurably long time. Lin Ming stood in front of the sarcophaguses. After not finding any array formations, he asked Demon Shine, "Is this something from tens of thousands of years ago?" Hey, it might be more than several tens of thousands of years. These sarcophaguses should have been used to bury some important people, and this cave was most likely their grave. But it was just far too long ago, and now that so much time passed, who knows what this place was originally like. In short, this tomb was later captured by those 4 corpse devils, and these sarcophaguses also became their lair. Oh, those 4 corpse devils weren't formed by the bodies left behind here? Huh. How is that possible? Even if it were a top-level martial artist like the 8-4 War Emperor, their corpse wouldn't last for so many tens of thousands of years. Their bones should have decayed or, most likely, condensed into demon god bones now. Perhaps the reason that those 4 corpse devils were attracted to this tomb and decided to settle here was because they were attracted by the energy of those demon god bones. Lin Ming, go and open the sarcophaguses. All right. Lin Ming agreed. He put away the purple comet spear and bent over, carefully pushing open the first sarcophagus. With a rumbling sound, an incomparably thick infernal energy spilled out from the sarcophagus. Fengshen, Duanmu Kun, and Lanshin's eyes lit up. Behind them, Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon were also startled, their eyes revealing disbelief and excitement. At this time, everyone realized that this was a massive treasure trove. Everyone craned over to see that the sarcophagus was filled with fist-sized black glass balls, over 10 in total. They were all high-quality demon god bones. Demon god bones, so many. Blackstone gulped, nearly drooling as his eyes flashing with greed and desire. High Lord Cloud Demon licked his lips. It had to be known that an ordinary pigeon egg-sized demon god bone was already considered very precious. One as large as a chicken's egg was even rarer. There were very few that were as large as a fist, not to mention that looking at the quality of the energy from these demon god bones, they were likely all Earthstep demon god bone. More than 10 fist-sized Earthstep demon god bones, their value could be imagined. All of the demon god bones that High Lord Cloud Demon had ever possessed in his life, even when added together, couldn't compare to even half of a single one of these demon god bone. It was said that the eternal demon abyss was chock full of lucky chances. This was a truly well-deserved reputation. Moreover, this was within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Boy, this is a pretty good sign. Just this first sarcophagus and there are more than 10 low-grade Earthstep demon god bones. I guess there should be around 30 jinns total. But the better stuff is still awaiting us. Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded and continued to open the second sarcophagus. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The second sarcophagus was much heavier than the first one. After opening it, a blazing golden light flooded out, illuminating the entire stone cave. Lin Ming peered into the sarcophagus. Within it, he was surprised to find something that looked like a palm-sized golden plate. He felt that it must be the fruit of some plant. The fragrance was overwhelming. This is... Lin Ming was stunned. This fruit contained an incomparably extraordinary energy. Just smelling the scent it emitted made him feel relaxed and breezy, as if every cell of his body was being energized. Behind Lin Ming, everyone else's eyes had gone perfectly round. Even a fool could see that this golden disc was much more precious than the previous Earthstep demon god bones. Hey! Wow, this is incredible. That's a profound gold divine fruit. It is a top-quality heavenly treasure that is useful for tempering the body. This is even this saint's first time seeing such a thing. Boy, your luck is ridiculous. This profound gold divine fruit is a very mystical type of plant. It's similar to the mushroom from the mortal world. Those mushrooms can grow on dead wood, but this profound gold divine fruit specifically grows on a demon god bone. In other words, it is the mushroom formed from a demon god bone. It needs 10,000 years to germinate, 10,000 years to flower, and 10,000 years to produce a fruit. Once the fruit is born, all of the essence within the plant is condensed into that single fruit, becoming the profound gold divine fruit. After picking it, it won't spoil for even 10,000 years afterward. It's a mushroom that grows from a demon god bone? Lin Ming was shocked. This world was truly vast, all sorts of strange things were possible. As it was said, deadwood could not be carved, but the essence of deadwood could be used to breed ginseng, black tiger palm mushrooms, spiritual bamboo, and all sorts of other precious materials and herbs. If there was a lucky set of coincidences, then Deadwood could even breed 1,000-year-old Lingji, an amazing medicinal material. Then, what if that dead wood was replaced with a demon god bone? Compared to dead wood, the essence of a demon god bone was trillions upon trillions of times superior in both quality and quantity. If this was used to breed a heavenly treasure, the value of this treasure could be imagined. Demon Shine said, "This profound gold divine fruit cannot be bred from just an ordinary demon god bone. It would require at least a high-grade earth-step demon god bone, and only with divine providence would the profound gold divine fruit tree be born. The tree would only be a foot high and would need to absorb all of the demon god bone's essence in order to germinate. Then, it would have to absorb other demon god bones as nutrition, growing for another 30,000 years before its fruit would be born. You can imagine just how difficult this is. Compared to this profound gold divine fruit, even the Nirvana dragon root can't be considered much." Hearing Demon Shine give such a high evaluation, Lin Ming took a deep breath. But then, he thought of something. He asked, a bit puzzled, if this profound gold divine fruit is so precious, then how come those 4 corpse devils didn't swallow it yet? They probably wished to, but as they say, extremes give birth to extremes. This profound gold divine fruit is bred within a very thick yin aura of the infernal energy and death energy here, and the demon godbone is also an extreme yin treasure. However, the profound gold divine fruit is actually an extreme yang and extreme light attributed body transformation treasure. With the cultivation of these 4 corpse devils, they would probably explode from within if they tried to eat this fruit. If they wanted to eat it, they would still need several tens of thousands of years of further cultivation before they could think of attempting it. Still, just by defending the profound gold divine fruit and absorbing the essence energy that it releases, their harvests would still be tremendous. If I'm correct, then the root of this profound gold divine fruit has already been eaten by those 4 corpse devils. Otherwise, how could they have bodies with durability comparable to a heaven-step treasure? I see. So that's how it is, Lin Ming suddenly realized. After the profound gold divine fruit was born, the energy within the roots would naturally be much weaker. If the corpse devils ate the root instead, that was still at the level where they could withstand it. What a pity. Lin Ming regretfully shook his head. For such a miraculous body transformation medicine like this, even the root was a priceless treasure. Yet, it was eaten up by those 4 corpse devils. His thoughts flashed and he asked, if I had those corpse devils' bodies, could I refine the medicine efficacy of the profound gold divine fruit's root from them? Lin Ming was only thoughtlessly asking, but Demon Shine had a scandalized expression after hearing it. Boy, you're quite the funny one. The medicinal efficacy has already fused into those corpse devils' bodies, so even if you refine them there won't be much left over. Not just that, but it would take a high-level alchemist to do so. Do you really think that all those piddling losers of the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent have the ability to do this? Millimeter, Lin Ming nodded, bit embarrassed. He was only casually asking anyways. If it didn't work then that was fine too. He let out a deep breath and then moved towards the 3rd sarcophagus. As the other 5 people saw this they couldn't help but gulp. Today, all the sights they had seen were just too impactful on them. Even if it were a Holy Land descendant like Fengshen and Lanshin, the total amount of resources they had used from birth until now only added up to a single demon god bone from the 1st sarcophagus. The 3rd sarcophagus cover rumbled opened and a thick burst of infernal energy burst out, no less than that of the 2nd sarcophagus. As for Duanmu Kun and the rest who were standing behind Lin Ming, even though they could feel this extremely potent energy, they were too numb to be fazed by any of this. Even if some monster jumped out they still wouldn't be surprised. However, after the 3rd sarcophagus fully opened, all of their eyes still went as wide as full moons. In the massive 3rd sarcophagus, there was only a pigeon egg-sized green glass bead. Although it was small, the energy inherent within it was more than all of the demon god bones of the 1st sarcophagus added up together. At this time, Duanmu Kun and the rest, who had never seen this object before, could already deduce what it was. This was a heaven-step demon god bone. This was a legendary treasure. According to rumors, not even a generation ruler of the blood slaughter steppes had ever obtained a heaven-step demon god bone. Boy, I have to say your luck is just too good. This is a low-grade heaven-step demon god bone. Of this low-grade heaven-step demon god bone and the profound gold divine fruit, which one is more valuable? Lin Ming asked. The profound gold divine fruit. As long as you are strong enough, you will be able to find a low-grade heaven-step demon god bone here if you put in the time and effort. In fact, you can even find many of them, but as for a profound gold divine fruit, that is a treasure born from the stars aligning just right. Without a great lucky chance you would never be able to find something like this. Lin Ming nodded. Although the profound gold divine fruit was more precious, to the martial artists of the Holy Demon Continent, they would probably value the heaven-step demon god bone more. The legends said that a heaven-step demon cloud bone was an absolute stepping stone to entering the Emperor boundary, and the truth was probably not far off. Especially to someone like High Lord Cloud Demon, whose future talent hovered at the precipice of becoming an Emperor-level powerhouse. If he could obtain a heaven-step demon god bone, the chances of him becoming an Emperor-level powerhouse would rise astronomically. As Lin Ming thought this, he glanced over at High Lord Cloud Demon. And, indeed, he saw naked greed and thirst clouding his eyes. With his lucky chance to becoming an Emperor-level powerhouse right in front of him, how could he not be tempted? If he missed out on this, then he would probably never become an Emperor-level powerhouse. Lin Ming didn't bother with High Lord Cloud Demon. He continued moving on to the fourth sarcophagus. I wonder just what is in this fourth sarcophagus, Lin Ming thought out loud. Haha, maybe there's a medium-grade heaven-step demon god bone inside. Demon Shine happily teased. He was in very high spirits right now. Although these were mostly body transformation and essence-gathering system treasures that he couldn't use, it would still allow Lin Ming to increase his own strength. If Lin Ming became stronger, then his chances of helping Demon Shine restore his divine soul were that much higher. Lin Ming bent over and pushed hard against the cover of the fourth sarcophagus, opening it. With a rumbling sound, the fourth sarcophagus opened. However, as he looked inside, he was completely stunned. Chapter 652, Goddess. Chapter 652, Goddess. It wasn't just Lin Ming who was completely stunned, even the 5 others behind him were petrified. Before this, they had seen the previous sarcophaguses that had low-grade earth-step demon god bones, a priceless treasure that was the profound gold divine fruit, and then the heaven-step demon god bone that not even the rulers of the bloodslaughter steppes had ever obtained. It was fair to say that no matter what was in the fourth sarcophagus, they would already be numb to it. But they absolutely never thought that it would be what it was. Lin Ming took a deep breath and completely shoved open the sarcophagus lid. Looking inside, he was left speechless for a long time. Lin Ming had imagined what could be in the fourth sarcophagus. If it were a trove of medium-grade or high-grade heaven-step demon god bones, or even if it were empty, he wouldn't be too surprised. But he never imagined that in this fourth sarcophagus, there would actually be a woman lying down, a peerless woman. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall of night, her crystal-clear skin seemed to be crystallized from the purest essence of the stars and moon, and her unrivaled features seemed carved from the finest jade. She didn't even seem like a woman that could be born within the world, rather, she was like an ultimate sense of aesthetics formed from the energy of heaven and earth. The woman lay down in the sarcophagus as if she had fallen asleep. One even suspected that her long and tender eyelashes would tremble, and then she would open them, revealing brilliant eyes like liquid moonlight. Just what is this, heavens? Could she be a young woman from tens of thousands ago? Or perhaps a supreme elder of ancient times? Lin Ming found all of this incredible. The young woman in front of him seemed to be in her 20s at the most, not much older than he was. Moreover, beside this young woman, she had also been buried with her weapon, and it was even a spear. However, this spear had broken off and all that was left over was less than half, and even this small portion seemed immeasurably damaged. Once a treasure was damaged, it would be hard for it to resist the erosion that accompanied the passing of time. After tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, this half of a spear already appeared far too rusted. It could be imagined that she once used this spear on the great battlefield, and, after a fierce battle, her weapon was damaged and even her life slowly faded away. It turned out that she used the spear. Lin Ming found this astonishing. In his experience so far, young women tended to use weapons like soft swords, It was rare to see one using such a mighty long spear. Subconsciously, he wanted to touch that spear that had rusted to the point where it seemed as if it could break apart at any moment. But at this time, Demonshine's frantic voice sounded out in his mind, "Don't move." Lin Ming drew back his hands like lightning, taking deep breaths. Yes, his actions just now had been crude and reckless. In this incomparably mysterious eternal demon abyss, any reckless action could invite a disaster upon everyone here. Demonshine hesitated for a moment before saying, "This girl is clearly dead, but her body seems to be overflowing with life force. In my knowledge, this is really... I have no idea." Demonshine shook his head. When he followed the Demon Emperor within the realm of the gods, he could still have been considered quite a character there. But the realm of the gods was far too vast. Compared to those true hidden powerhouses within the realm of the gods, the Demon Emperor wasn't even worthy of being an ant. It had to be known that when the Demon Emperor joined the siege of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands so many years ago, there had been 10,000 characters that were all at the same rank, if not higher, than the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was in no way a pinnacle existence within the realm of the gods. As his familiar, Demonshine's knowledge was even more limited. This corpse has probably laid here for at least several tens of thousands of years. For all this time, she hasn't decayed at all. Instead, her body is full of exuberant vitality and she seems to have fallen asleep. This phenomenon has already gone beyond my scope of understanding. Demonshine shook his head. It was very rare to see the usually boastful and proud Demonshine sigh in such a depressed manner. Lin Ming looked at this young woman's corpse. Although he didn't know why she lay here for so many tens of thousands of years, what Lin Ming was absolutely certain of was that this woman was a terrifying character before her death. She had been at least at the same level as the saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Land, if not higher. Perhaps after one's strength reached a certain boundary, their body could still exist like an immortal idol for hundreds of thousands of years after death. Who knew? Brother Lin, just what is this? Duanmu Kun stared at the young woman in the sarcophagus. He had to admit that this woman was the most perfect being that he had ever lain his eyes on. Even knowing that she had died, her unrivaled beauty still stirred his heart. The Fae were born with a natural desire to pursue beauty and beautiful things. As Lan Xin stepped forwards, she also sighed as she saw this young woman. How could such a perfect woman die like this? I have no idea. She should have been one of the original masters of this tomb. Her corpse hasn't decayed for 100,000 years. The boundary that she has reached has surpassed any of our imaginations. Lin Ming looked deeply at the woman one last time and then decisively closed the sarcophagus. Millimeter? What do you plan on? Duanmu Kun said, a bit startled. Forget it. Let her rest in peace. Lin Ming shook his head. You plan on giving up this woman's corpse? Demonshine asked, a bit surprised. Not mentioning just what use this woman's corpse would have in the future, just any object on her body would be a colossal fortune, yet Lin Ming hadn't even searched her, instead directly giving up on the body. This required a very strong will. The reason that Demonshine had prevented Lin Ming from touching that broken spear was because he wanted him to study it first without rashly acting out. He hadn't intended for Lin Ming to completely abandon this sarcophagus. Lin Ming said, since Senior died she has soundly slept here. Opening her sarcophagus is already disturbing her peace. If I were to search her body for treasure, then that would make me no different from a grave robber desecrating the graves of the dead and blaspheming their lives. I don't want to draw the grievances and punishments of heaven upon me. Moreover, she was likely a remarkable and powerful ancient king. In her life she had limitless glory, and if in her death her grave were to be desecrated, then that would be far too sad. Also, the eternal demon abyss is an extremely strange place and there is a powerful force here. If I do something so wicked that offends the heavens, then I might suffer the curse. Those 4 corpse devils stayed in this ancient tomb for so long, at least thousands of years, and yet none of them dared to even touch this sarcophagus. There must be something that made them fear this grave and stop, allowing her to sleep peacefully here. As Lin Ming spoke, he arranged several array symbols around the sarcophagus and sealed it away. Demonshine nodded. Indeed, those corpse devils loved to eat things that were full of life force. Yet that young woman in the sarcophagus and had lain there, her clothes neatly ordered and her hair smooth and undisturbed. Obviously, after she was buried, there had never been anyone or anything that had dared to move her. There must be many reasons for this. Or perhaps, those corpse devils were scared by the aura of someone that had once been a peerless powerhouse. When the array symbols fell onto the sarcophagus, they completely sealed it away. As Blackstone saw this, he opened his mouth but ended up not saying anything. He was reluctant to give up on whatever treasures might be in that coffin, but he didn't have the qualifications right now to openly refute Lin Ming's decisions. All right. After Lin Ming completely sealed the sarcophagus, he turned towards the other martial artists and casually said, "So about the distribution of treasure." As these words were spoken, Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon's hearts rose into their throats. The distribution of this lucky chance. That was the most important matter. Of these 3 sarcophagus, casually taking out something from any of them would be a priceless treasure. Especially that golden disc-shaped fruit and that heaven-step demon god bone. Those were treasures that even the ruler of the blood slaughter steps would go crazy over. In total, there is 1 heaven-step demon god bone, a golden fruit, and 16 low-grade earth-step demon god bones. I want the heaven-step demon god bone, the golden fruit, and half of the low-grade earth-step demon god bones. You may divide the rest amongst yourselves. Lin Ming's casual words seemed to rip Blackstone's heart out. F***CK. This fellow was far too sadistic. In other words, that meant there were only 8 low-grade earth-step demon god bones to divide among 5 of them. As for him, he was the weakest of the group. It would already be excellent if he could be apportioned even 1, entering the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, experienced countless life or death dangers, and yet all he got for this was just a single earth-step demon god bone? Blackstone couldn't accept this. High Lord Cloud Demon also grimaced. With his strength, he could be given 2 earth-step demon god bones. But, a low-grade earth-step demon god bone was mainly used for 4-star demon kings to break into the quasi-emperor realm. If he truly wished to break through that emperor-level bottleneck, then the use of a low-grade earth-step demon god bone was limited. Even 1 or 2 low-grade earth-step demon god bones wouldn't guarantee that he could break through to the emperor realm. High Lord Cloud Demon grit his teeth. He stared at the heaven-step demon god bone in the 3rd sarcophagus, his eyes flashing with pure avarice and unwillingness. This demon god bone was just too important to him. With this lucky chance in front of him, if he missed out on it, then he would never have any hope for his future. Lin Ming, your portion is a bit too much. High Lord Cloud Demon was dissatisfied, but he tried to ease his tone down as respectfully as he could. At this time, he didn't dare to cause trouble with Lin Ming. He felt that Lin Ming had suggested this distribution because he was willing to bargain a little. If High Lord Cloud Demon didn't fight for it, then it would settle like this. But if he did try to struggle a bit, then there might be some hope for him. This heaven-step demon god bone could only be found through serendipity. At this time, now that he saw one, how could he give up so easily? Yes, Lin Ming, you are just too callous right now. You can eat the meat, but you should at least leave the soup for us. I'm not suggesting that the 6 of us equally divide the treasure. As long as I can have 10% of the treasure, then I will be content. I entered into this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, risked my life, lost my arm, paid such a great price, I should at least have a little bit of harvest. Blackstone echoed. Him mentioning 10% was only a high point he set so he could bargain with it. In truth, he only expected around 5% of the treasure. Now that he had lost an arm, he would no longer enjoy the status and treatment that he previously received in his holy land. In addition to his strength sharply dropping, his chances of breaking through to the emperor level became even more dubious. If he could grasp this lucky chance in front of him, then his chances of breaking through to the emperor level in the future would be much higher. Fengshen, Duanmu Kun, and Lanxin didn't have much of an expression. Although it was true that they too desired the heaven-step demon god bone and that golden fruit, they were well aware that without Lin Ming, they wouldn't even have their lives, much less treasure to divide. In truth, if Lin Ming wanted to take the entirety of the treasure for himself, there wasn't any way they could object to that either. Moreover, for them, if there weren't any surprises, they would be able to fully step foot into the emperor level in the future. Because of this, their desire for the Heaven-Step Demon Godbone was not as intense as Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon's. After listening to Blackstone's words, Lin Ming's lips curved in a caustic smile. Towards this sort of greedy clown, he simply didn't want to bother with him. If Blackstone had quietly accepted matters as they were, then Lin Ming wouldn't mind bequeathing something onto him. But, now that he had to chirp up with his stupid suggestions, Lin Ming directly changed his mind. Lin Ming coldly said, "Blackstone, I seem to remember that you once said that if I could take you out of here safely, you would give me everything within your spatial ring and you wouldn't keep anything at all. I think I remembered that correctly, right?" With this light rebuttal, Blackstone was left speechless. Chapter 653, Murder. Chapter 653, Murder. When Blackstone had been wallowing in despair, he had indeed said that if he could make it out of this land alive, he would give all of his wealth to Lin Ming. But at that time, Blackstone had been desperate to survive, so it wasn't strange that he would make such a promise in that situation. Now he saw just how powerful Lin Ming really was. Not only had Lin Ming managed to find the method to leave this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, but his strength was indomitable. By himself, he had defeated the 4 corpse devils, making it seem that their chances of leaving here were much higher. Under the constantly hanging threat of death, when a person was doing everything they could to survive, as long as they were tossed a rope they would be willing to give up all their wealth. But when that threat was gone, their heart would change and their greed would return. This was the debased nature of man. Moreover, with such a lucky chance in front of him, something so precious that could only be found through a stroke of fate, how could Blackstone not be moved? After being rebutted by Lin Ming's words, Blackstone's bleak expression became even uglier. "Lin Ming, it's true that I said those words, it's just that, we entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone together and I risked my life this entire time. Although I wasn't the one to kill the enemies, I still managed to serve as a shield for you. At least, consider that I lost my arm." Blackstone hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by Lin Ming. "You risked your life for me. Was I the one that pushed you into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Was I the one who forced you to bring up the rear and have your arm cut off?" This series of rhetorical questions left Blackstone dumbfounded. Initially, the reason he had lost an arm was because he was too scared to rush towards the corpse devil. At this time High Lord Cloud Demon butted in, "Young hero Lin. I know that without you, none of us would be alive right now, let alone have a chance to obtain resources. It's just that, someone as majestic as you will inevitably become a peerless emperor in the future and have countless more resources. In fact, aren't all these resources not too effective for you? I don't think you'd be able to use everything. If this fist-sized Earthstep Demon Godbone would have a base value of 1, then that Heavenstep Demon Godbone would probably have a value of 40 to 50. I don't know what the golden fruit is, but it shouldn't be any worse than the Heavenstep Demon Godbone, making it also worth 40 to 50. In addition, with the 16 Earthstep Demon Godbones, that is around a total of 100. You only gave the 5 of us 8 Earthstep Demon Godbones, so that is only 8% divided amongst the rest of us. The truth is that I don't need that much. As long as I can have 1/4 of the Heavenstep Demon Godbone, then that will be enough for me to break through the Emperor-level bottleneck. I can make an oath right here that as long as I become an Emperor-level powerhouse, I will remember this kindness for my entire life. When that time comes, if young hero Lin has any needs, I will work like a horse for you." High Lord Cloud Demon solemnly vowed, making swearing gestures with his hands. Lin Ming was simply unmoved by this nonsense. His face was expressionless as he said, "It's true that I have a great number of lucky chances, and I could even say that this Heavenstep Demon Godbone isn't too tempting to me. But, I have friends and family who also need to use them. The decisions I make, I will not change. Me willing to save you isn't because you are special or anything. Me leading you to leave this 1,000-mile forbidden zone is already me being benevolent to you. As for lucky chances, why should I divide any of them with you?" The reason that he helped rescue everyone was mainly because of Fengshen and partly because of Lanshin. Lin Ming regarded Fengshen as a friend, and Lanshin had also been a teammate of his, both of them having risked their lives in a squad. When Lin Ming had gone back to capture the demon bone, Lan Xin had sincerely advised him not to go for his own safety, showing true consideration for Lin Ming's welfare. Although this was only a very light and simple friendship, Lin Ming placed a great deal of importance and emphasis in these relationships he had, no matter how faint they were. Before, the reason he had been willing to stop and wait for these people and even dividing them less than 10% of these resources, was all because he appreciated Feng Shen and Lan Xin and was willing to give them some face. As for Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon, he was already being merciful by not instantly killing them. And they still wanted to take part of his lucky chance. Dream on. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ming was planning on returning to the South Horizon region right after this tour of the Eternal Demon Abyss, he would have already killed Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon right here and right now. Whether it was the profound gold divine fruit or the Heaven Step Demon God Bone, both of these treasures were enough to make him a target of powerful forces once the news spread out. Young hero Lin, High Lord Cloud Demon, wanted to say something, but as he saw Lin Ming's icy cold eyes glaring at him, he could only shut up and remain silent. He felt that once Lin Ming made a decision, he would not easily change it. He simply didn't have the power to bargain at all. He could only choose to accept this or have nothing at all. As the weaker man, there was nothing he could do. He didn't doubt that if Lin Ming wanted to, he could kill all 5 of them. High Lord Cloud Demon finally relinquished his desire towards the Heaven Step Demon Godbone, and was planning on getting 2 Earth Step Demon Godbones for himself before going back. At least something was better than nothing. But, at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Don't you want to obtain a Heaven Step Demon Godbone? Don't you want to break through the Emperor-level bottleneck? Who? The sudden voice startled High Lord Cloud Demon. This voice appeared in his mind, and after hearing it, it didn't sound like it came from any of the other 5 people here. Could this be? High Lord Cloud Demon's eyes turned over to the 4th sarcophagus, his face paling. It couldn't be her. As this idea grew in his heart, a chill rose from the soles of his feet and traveled up his spine, shooting straight into the skies. He did want a Heaven Step Demon Godbone, but he absolutely didn't want to come into contact with this kind of ghostly being. At this time, High Lord Cloud Demon also noticed Blackstone's situation. Before, Blackstone had a very ugly complexion, but now he looked confused, his pupils losing focus as if he were in a trance. He also heard the voice. High Lord Cloud Demon was shocked. Also, it appeared that Blackstone had already fallen into this trap. At this moment, High Lord Cloud Demon suddenly discovered that it wasn't just Blackstone that heard this voice, but also Feng Shen, Lan Xin, and Duanmu Kun. All of their complexions had changed. Among them, Duanmu Kun and Feng Shen still appeared lucid, but a trace of turmoil had appeared in Lan Xin's eyes. This is bad. High Lord Cloud Demon's heart surged with a strong sense of unease. At this time, he remembered Lin Ming and quickly turned to look at him, but then, his field of vision suddenly turned into an endless white field. In the dim light, he could see a peerless powerhouse wearing armor, holding a divine weapon as he looked upon the world with contempt. And this powerhouse's appearance was exactly the same as High Lord Cloud Demon's. This was his appearance several hundred years from now after he became a peerless emperor. Peerless emperor? My peerless emperor. This thought reverberated in High Lord Cloud Demon's mind. Then, he lost himself in illusion, forgetting what was happening now. Many martial artists had a mental weakness. Once they suffered a soul attack or tried to make a breakthrough, this weakness would become their heart demon, struggling to swallow their spiritual sea. High Lord Cloud Demon's heart demon was his obsessive desire to become an emperor-level powerhouse. At this time, besides Lin Ming, the only one able to maintain their sanity was Duanmu Kun. But, his forehead was seeping with sweat and he had an extremely grim expression. Feng Shen was second to Duanmu Kun. Although his strength was weaker, his heart was firm and he was able to maintain his consciousness. As for Lan Xin, High Lord Cloud Demon, and Blackstone, all 3 of them were completely entranced. Who is this? Lin Ming's mind went cold. He grasped the purple comet spear and maintained full alert. His own will was as firm as iron and he also had the battle spirit and samsara martial intent. He was able to completely ignore this sort of soul attack. He didn't even blink to destroy that illusion in his soul. There weren't any signs of evil spirits around. Could it be? Lin Ming suddenly turned to look at the fourth sarcophagus. Was it her? If it truly was her, then the consequences would be calamitous. She had been an unbelievable existence. Even if she had died 100,000 years ago, her residual will was not something that Lin Ming could contend with. But at this moment, Demonshine's voice sounded in his mind. Lin Ming, do not panic. It is not that woman, no, it is the Heaven-step demon God Bone. I was negligent. A Heaven-step demon God Bone must have a mind of its own. How could it willingly be caught and eaten up by others? Demonshine's voice suddenly woke up Lin Ming. Demonshine had once said that a Heaven-step demon God Bone must have a consciousness and would be much more difficult to capture. In fact, even a top Earth-step demon God Bone would be intelligent. For instance, when Lin Ming had caught the blood demon bone from before, that demon bone was intelligent and could tempt martial artists close to absorb their blood vitality. So this was it. Lin Ming let out a deep breath. If it was just the Heaven-step demon God Bone, then there wasn't a reason to dread it at all. He took a step forwards, wanting to seal up the Heaven-step demon God Bone that was causing all this trouble. But at this moment, Blackstone let out a bellowing roar as he rushed towards Lin Ming. The heavy sword in his hand swept out straight towards Lin Ming's neck. Blackstone had been thoroughly controlled. It was apparent that the Heaven-step demon God Bone feared Lin Ming, so it had controlled Blackstone and made him attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming coldly snorted, "Since it's like this, don't blame me." Towards someone like Blackstone, Lin Ming wouldn't stay his hand for fear of harming him, or do something so stupid as withstanding Blackstone's attacks while trying to suppress the Heaven-step demon God Bone. If he was controlled because his mind was weak, who was to blame? Grasping the purple comet spear, the heretical god force opened. Lin Ming's spear swept out. Bang! The heavy sword was struck away. Blackstone's arm shook and his palm ruptured. In terms of striking power, he was no different from a baby in front of Lin Ming. However, after the heavy sword was sent flying away, Blackstone still rushed towards Lin Ming, wanting to strangle him. His eyes were already a deep blood red. Seeing this, Lin Ming sneered. His attack just now had contained his battle spirit. A battle spirit was invisible and intangible. It could crush all, including the divine soul, negative emotions, life force, heart demons, and everything else that was insubstantial. Lin Ming had wanted to help Blackstone by destroying the heart demon that had invaded his spiritual sea, but his spear strike simply had no effect. Blackstone was still desperately trying to kill him at all cost. So, it seemed Blackstone really did hate him from the depths of his soul. This heart demon had galvanized the hatred in his heart and made him desperate to kill Lin Ming. "You are hopeless." Lin Ming was expressionless as he thrust out the purple comet spear. This spear strike was infused with his battle spirit as well as the full power of the heretical god force. Puff! With the added sharpness from the battle spirit, Blackstone's protective demon essence and neck were both torn apart by Lin Ming's spear like paper, blood shooting out. Chapter 654, Peak of 10 Wings. Chapter 654, Peak of 10 Wings. After Lin Ming killed Blackstone with a spear, Duanmu Kun's complexion changed. Out of everyone here besides Lin Ming, he was the most clear-minded. Even though Blackstone was a Holy Land descendant, Lin Ming had killed him with absolutely no qualms. His actions were ruthless and decisive. Seeing that Lan Xin was also controlled, Duanmu Kun fell into a panic. What should he do? She might also be killed by Lin Ming. Taking back the long spear, a stream of blood shot out and Blackstone's body shook and he took several steps back. His eyes were still blood red, his hands covering this neck as he stared at Lin Ming with utter hatred burning in his gaze. What a mess. Lin Ming coldly looked at Blackstone. This type of person was nothing but a vicious black-hearted wolf. He had been showing kindness and good intentions in saving him from this hellhole, and not only was he not grateful but he actually held a grudge because he wasn't given more resources, wanting to kill Lin Ming in the future just for this. This type of person, even if he hadn't been controlled, Lin Ming would still have killed him. He didn't want to waste any effort in saving a potential enemy. This was the profound lesson that Ouyang Boyon had taught him. Even if he didn't have any family or friends or anyone else in the Holy Demon Continent, he still wouldn't let such a snake lay hidden here. Die. Catcher. Lin Ming's palm cut across Blackstone's neck, directly severing his throat. Blackstone was like mud as he softly slumped to the floor. Like this, a great Holy Land descendant had died here drowning in his hatred. Next Lin Ming turned to the Heaven-Step demon god Bone. As he withstood its will attack, he stepped closer and closer to the demon god Bone. The demon god Bone trembled, panicked, and began to tremble, issuing out whining, howling sounds. It started to desperately activate its inherent emperor will to attack Lin Ming, but there simply wasn't any effect at all. Like this, it had no choice but to give up, using its will attacks on the others present. As a result, Lan Xin and High Lord Cloud Demon lost the last sliver of sanity in their eyes. They rushed towards Lin Ming, coming in from both sides. TSK. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. Brother Lin, please, show mercy. As Duanmu Kun saw this, he was dismayed. But, because of the will attack from the Heaven-Step demon god Bone, he was rooted in place. Even just this shout almost caused him to lose his mind because he had diverted a bit of his attention towards Duanmu Kun's pleas. Lin Ming simply turned a deaf ear. He flicked the purple comet spear in his hand, and in the next moment, a brilliant spear light shot through the sky. Around Lin Ming, the flow of time seemed to instantly slow down. As Lan Xin and High Lord Cloud Demon rushed towards Lin Ming, he immediately thrust out twice. One spear towards High Lord Cloud Demon's heart and the other between Lan Xin's eyes. Seeing this, Duanmu Kun's pupils contracted, overcome with a hysterical horror. No! Puff! A bloody light shot out. For those controlled by the Heaven-Step demon god Bone, although the energy within their body would momentarily increase, because they lost their rationality and thinking, they were completely unable to break through Lin Ming's strange concept of space and time attack. Lin Ming's attack could penetrate the most durable of defenses. How could High Lord Cloud Demon defend against it? A spear easily thrust through High Lord Cloud Demon's heart. With a twist, a tyrannical true essence erupted, directly crushing High Lord Cloud Demon's heart. At the same time, another spear light flashed, piercing between Lan Xin's eyes. Seeing that cold spearpoint and the keen energy it released, Duanmu Kun felt his heart sinking into despair. As for Lan Xin, her expression was still vacant even as she kept stumbling towards this attack. The purple comet spear was like a bolt of lightning as it thrust between Lan Xin's eyebrows before quickly returning, blood blooming. Lan Xin's body stiffened. She immediately slumped to the floor as if she had lost every bone in her body. Lan Xin. Duanmu Kun's heart stopped beating for a second as his world fell apart around him. Because of the interests and entanglement of their sects, him and Lan Xin couldn't develop a budding relationship as a man and a woman. But, after knowing each other for so many years, their friendship was still very deep. She's fine. Lin Ming calmly said as he looked at Lan Xin. I've cut away her heart demon. The wound between her eyebrows isn't even a quarter of an inch deep, she'll be fine. In that attack just now, Lin Ming had used his battle spirit to invade Lan Xin's spiritual sea and destroy the heart demon residing there. Although a battle spirit was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. If Lan Xin really did hold hatred for Lin Ming in her heart, then that heart demon within her would have been strong. She would have been just like Blackstone, rushing to kill Lin Ming even if she was wounded. If that had happened, then Lin Ming wouldn't have been soft-hearted. No matter how beautiful Lan Xin was, he would have used a heavy hand to destroy the flower. Cut apart her heart demon? Could Lin Ming have? Duanmu Kun paused. As someone who came from a super holy land that neared a 6th grade sect, his experiences and knowledge far surpassed the ordinary man's. Towards the understanding of battle spirits and will, his knowledge wasn't much worse than Lin Ming's. Only the battle spirit, known as that power that could cut through all, could enter into a martial artist's spiritual sea and cut apart their heart demon. Lin Ming, he comprehended his own battle spirit. How was this possible? Duanmu Kun was simply unable to believe this. Initially, when he stepped into the Road of Emperor, he also had the intention of tempering his will and forming his own battle spirit. Finally, He tarried at Road of Will Lights for over 10 days before he spent a great deal of effort and energy and finally passed the first Quasi-Emperor Will Light. When he reached the second Quasi-Emperor Will Light, he wasn't able to bear it anymore. If he was having so much trouble with a Quasi-Emperor Will Light, there was no need to mention what a true Emperor-level Will Light would do to him. Within his generation, Duanmu Kun had an extraordinary will. In addition to his terrifying background, his amazing talent, his uncanny perception, and his top cultivation method, he could be called a favored son of the heavens. He had also felt that he towered above others. But, when he tried to condense his own battle spirit, he suffered a brutal blow. The disparity was just too great. When he entered the Road of Emperor, he had been a 1-star demon king, equal to a human middle to late revolving master. Even so, he had still failed. As a last resort, Duanmu Kun had chosen the Road of Stone Tablets. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation at that time had been an entire realm lower. He was only at the extreme Xiantian realm. With just his extreme Xiantian cultivation, he had been able to form his own battle spirit. Unprecedented since ancient times was putting it lightly. Thinking about it, when Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, he had stayed within for over half a year. After coming out, his cultivation had only increased by half a small boundary. This was truly incomprehensible. At the time, Duanmu Kun had also felt that something was wrong. Knowing what he knew now, Lin Ming had most likely chosen to stay on the Road of Will Lights and had gone as far as being able to form his own battle spirit. The Road of Will Lights was only useful in tempering the will, it was extremely limited in raising one's cultivation. This would explain why Lin Ming's cultivation had only increased by such a small amount. Heavens! What kind of talent was this? Compared to this, something like some silly titled Azura was just garbage. For the first time, Duanmu Kun felt fear and awe towards Lin Ming. He no longer took Lin Ming as a rival, but rather as a future earth-shaking and heaven-conquering legend. Perhaps, even being the #1 master of the Holy Demon Continent wouldn't be enough to satisfy Lin Ming. In the future, it was very likely that he would break through the martial void and step into the realm of the gods, even becoming an overlord of a territory there. As Duanmu Kun's thoughts were racing, Fengshen began to lose himself. Before Fengshen completely lose his self-control, Lin Ming took a step forwards and raised his spear, stabbing it between Fengshen's eyes. Ca. Fengshen trembled and a bit of blood splashed out from between his eyes. He didn't slump down to the floor like Lan Xin did, but instead directly woke up. What happened to me? I'll tell you later. Lin Ming turned to Duanmu Kun. Duanmu Kun was suddenly frightened. His will was being invaded, and he had no strength to resist Lin Ming at the moment. He saw that Lin Ming's attacks were able to cut apart heart demons, but High Lord Cloud Demon had not received this treatment. Lin Ming's spear had directly pierced through his heart. This was a simple and pure killing move. Lin Ming had intended to kill High Lord Cloud Demon from the very start. Perhaps it was because Lin Ming saw the hatred hiding within High Lord Cloud Demon, or perhaps it was because he was disgusted by High Lord Cloud Demon's greedy character, but, in short, he had decisively killed High Lord Cloud Demon without an ounce of mercy. Realizing this, Duanmu Kun gulped. With some difficulty, he said, I'm all right. Okay. Lin Ming nodded and then turned around towards the demon god Bone. Duanmu Kun was still sweating from a cold fear because, just now, he had discovered something else. After Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon were killed by Lin Ming, the infernal energy had left their bodies, and half of it surged towards Lin Ming before being swallowed up by his heavenly demon tattoo. At this time, Duanmu Kun had seen that the 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm had actually reached the peak of the late 10-wing stage. High Lord Cloud Demon had come from the strongest sky-split tower within the Blood Slaughter Steps, Heavenly Cloud Tower. Even there, he had been one of the top-ranked High Lords. The infernal energy within him was much richer, and after this energy was absorbed by Lin Ming, he immediately broke through the late 10-wing stage bottleneck and entered into the early peak of 10-wing. He was just a single step away from becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo is actually at the peak of 10 wings. After Duanmu Kun realized this, his heart chilled. If this continued, then it was possible Lin Ming could become a 12-winged heavenly demon. He wanted to become a 12-winged heavenly demon. As a Holy Land descendant, Dwanmu Kun was well aware of what a 12-winged heavenly demon was to the Bloodslaughter Steppes. It was a completely taboo existence. Even the son of the Bloodslaughter Steppes ruler was not allowed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon without permission. Moreover, in order to become a 12-winged heavenly demon, one had to find and kill a massive amount of powerful High Lords. Even if one was allowed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could ever accomplish. Lin Ming had unexpectedly and silently become a peak 10-winged heavenly demon. Along the way, how many High Lords had he killed? That ridiculous Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon had thought something so dumb as trying to discuss dividing lucky chances with Lin Ming. They probably thought that Lin Ming was just a little amateur boy, but he was actually a tiger wearing a sheep's skin. They had both brought about their own death. In any case, no matter what, he could not be enemies with Lin Ming. This was the only thought in Dwanmu Kun's mind at the time. He didn't know how old Lin Ming was, but at most he was 22 or 23. To be so young and have such a cultivation, strength, and to even form his own battle spirit in the Xiantian realm, with his firm and decisive character, his ruthless actions, Lin Ming nearly had no weaknesses. Once offended, such a person would return hundreds or even 1,000 years later. At that time, even destroying a super holy land might be as simple as turning a hand. It was exactly because he had all these thoughts at once that Dwanmu Kun's back was cold with sweat. As he was lost in his thoughts, Lin Ming had already arrived in front of the Heaven Step Demon God Bone. This was another demon god bone that held the residual emperor will of an ancient powerhouse. The sort of will attack that this god demon bone was capable of was exactly what Lin Ming was least afraid of. Its attack, towards him who had fully formed his bronze battle spirit and had also broken through to revolving core, could at most scratch his boot. As the demon god bone saw Lin Ming closing in, it began to issue out ear-piercing cries, as if it were an actual living creature. Lin Ming simply didn't care. He thrust out one hand. Seal. Chapter 655, Black Hole Revolving Core. Chapter 655, Black Hole Revolving Core. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the bronze battle spirit that lived there howled. With the array symbols that he formed infused with his battle spirit, they immediately enveloped the demon god bone. A battle spirit could be attached to any attack or weapon. Of course, this included even the energy of an array symbol. After fusing with a wisp of battle spirit, the golden array symbols became much sharper. Seeing this rain of golden light fall over it, the demon god bone screamed in horror. This sharp sound really made one's scalp tingle with dread. The demon god bone used every last bit of its strength to launch a will attack against Lin Ming, but all of its actions were useless. Not too far away, Dwanmu Kun was alarmed. Among everyone present, besides Lin Ming, he understood the most about will and battle spirits. He was also clear as to what attack method this demon godbone used. Ever since Lin Ming began sealing away the demon godbone, all of the pressure on Dwanmu Kun's body suddenly vanished. The demon godbone had given up its attacks on everyone else and was using its complete strength to resist Lin Ming. Even so, Lin Ming didn't even blink. It was like he didn't even notice it. Was his willpower that strong? After an incense stick of time, the screeching howls of the Heaven Step demon god bone began to weaken before completely vanishing. Dwanmu Kun took several steps forwards and found that the Heaven Step demon god bone within the sarcophagus was already wrapped up in a thick cocoon. The cocoon was formed by layers upon layers of array symbols as well as a purple power of thunder. The power of thunder had an absolute advantage against evil ghosts and spirits. Using it to suppress this demon godbone was undoubtedly the best method. Alright, we're finished here. Lin Ming placed the Heaven Step demon godbone in his spatial ring as well as the profound gold divine fruit and half of the Earth Step demon godbones. As for the remaining 8 Earth Step demon godbones, those were naturally left over for Dwanmu Kun and the rest. We actually don't need to be given any of the treasure. During this adventure into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, everything has been thanks to Brother Lin. Making it out of here alive is the only lucky chance that we'll need. Duanmu Kun ruefully smiled as he looked at the 8 demon god bones left over in the sarcophagus. In truth, even if it were just the most ordinary, long and sized low-grade human steppe demon god bone, it still wouldn't be some cabbage if placed in a holy land. From the time he was born until now, the total amount of resources that Duanmu Kun had used up couldn't amount to a single one of these fist-sized earth steppe demon god bones. It was impossible to say that Duanmu Kun wasn't interested in these earth steppe demon god bones, but because of the fear he felt from Lin Ming's ruthless and decisive character, he decided that these demon god bones simply weren't worth it. On the contrary, if he could form good relations with Lin Ming, then the advantages he could obtain in the future might be worth even more. Lin Ming said, 8 earth steppe demon god bones are enough for me. The rest is for you, Fengshen, and Lanxin. This is fair. At the very start when he was dividing up the resources, he had already calculated what he needed. Him, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan would each take 2 earth steppe demon god bones for a total of 6. And, if Lin Ming's little sister Lin Xiaoge also had the aptitude to practice martial arts, then that would be another 2 for a grand total of 8. Or, how about this? The 3 of us will take 1 each and Brother Lin can take the other 5. A single earth steppe demon god bone is already plenty for us. Duanmu Kun refused once more as he glanced over at Fengshen. Fengshen didn't have any expression at all. Apparently he agreed with this decision. Lin Ming didn't decline. He immediately took 5 more of the demon god bones. In truth, thinking about it more, besides Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and his little sister, there was also Mu Bingyun, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian. He needed to give them appropriate consideration too. Because of the kindness they had once shown him in the past, he should give them 1 or 2 each. With that, another 3 to 5 was just right. As Duanmu Kun saw Lin Ming take 5 of the remaining demon god bones, he relaxed. This could be described as a great result for everyone here. Brother Lin, shall we go now? No need to hurry. Lin Ming thought about the time and shook his head. The eternal demon abyss would be open for half a year. It had only been around 2 months since they had entered. In these 2 months, Lin Ming had made repeated breakthroughs in his strength and also fought in a great number of battles. Although the energy within him was potent, it was restless and unsteady. This was the result of accumulating so much strength in such a short period of time. Lin Ming expected that they would inevitably encounter some new danger in the next several months. A dull knife wouldn't be able to cut wood. It was best to take advantage of their current situation and use this safe zone to stabilize his strength. Let's recover here for a month and return to our peak condition before leaving again. Lin Ming's words were no different from a command. No one dared to question him. Duanmu Kun immediately nodded and said, "That's also good." The truth was that in these past days, Duanmu Kun had been in a constant state of high stress and tension. He really did need to rest and recuperate. Him, Fengshen, and the just awoken and still groggy Lanxin went to a corner of the tomb and sat down, beginning to meditate there. As for Lin Ming, he went to another corner. Lin Ming took out a few top-grade blood demon crystals and quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. With demon shine guarding him, Lin Ming didn't worry that there was anything that would sneak up on him. After breaking through to the revolving core realm, his ethereal martial intent state was much more smooth. With just a reminder from demon shine, he would be able to immediately wake up. Like this, time passed slowly. Lin Ming's cultivation didn't increase, but his foundation slowly stabilized. Lin Ming hadn't used an earth steppe demon god bone. This sort of heavenly treasure was equivalent to a tyrannical and oppressive medicine. Currently, the energy within his body was already restless and disorderly. If he swallowed an earth steppe demon god bone like this, then it would only make his foundation unstable, affecting his future cultivation growth. Consolidating one's foundation was an extremely laborious and burdensome process. Currently, within Lin Ming's dantian, besides the spinning crystal core there was also a great number of scattered true essence crystals floating about. They slowly revolved in the gaseous energy around the crystal core. All of these were signs of disordered energy. What Lin Ming had to do was completely absorb these crystalline true essence shards into the surface of his revolving core. This was the so-called process of consolidating his foundation. This was a very long and time-consuming process. Moreover, it didn't even increase the total amount of true essence there was. Other martial artists would also try to solidify their foundation like this. They would often go into closed-door seclusion for a year or longer to accomplish this. However, no matter how much time they spent, they would reach a point where their foundation could no longer be consolidated. This was their limit. When those scattered true essence crystals gathered onto the revolving core, they would also break off some of the other true essence crystals on the revolving core's surface because of the agitation of energy. Because of this energy would return to the dantian where it would become new crystallized shards of true essence. When these two reached a balance, that was when a martial artist reached the limit of their consolidation. No matter how much longer they spent, it wouldn't be useful. So, a normal revolving core martial artist would spend a year or so on the wearisome work of consolidating their foundation. Afterwards, once they reached their limit and established a balance in their revolving core, they would no longer be diligent in steadying their foundation. This balance could be reached at any time. It all depended on how solid the martial artist's foundation was before they entered revolving core. For example, take Lin Ming. Before he broke through to revolving core, his foundation was solid to the extreme. From the very start, the revolving core he formed had been several times larger than an ordinary martial artist's. Afterwards, his revolving core had collapsed and became the same size as an ordinary martial artist's revolving core, except that its color was darker and it spun several times faster, meaning that the energy within it was several times greater than usual. Such a revolving core already had a much greater attractive force, so it would absorb true essence crystals much more easily. Because of this, Lin Ming's process of consolidating his foundation was much easier than an ordinary martial artist's. With just a thought, the true essence crystals freely floating in his dantian fell onto his revolving core like a gently drizzling rain. With just a few days of work, half of the true essence crystals had been sucked up into his revolving core. However, following that, the speed was much slower. There were less free-floating true essence crystals, so consolidating his foundation was that much harder. Lin Ming, when your revolving core foundation reaches the extreme, that is when every true essence crystal and all the remaining energies have concentrated into your revolving core without a single bit escaping, forming the perfect crystal core orb. Such a revolving core is extremely rare. In the realm of the gods, they call this a black hole revolving core, because at that time, your revolving core is similar to a black hole. The true essence crystals can only enter and the attractive force is that much greater. This is your goal. Reach black hole revolving core before breaking through to the middle revolving core realm, because if your foundation ever becomes unstable, you will have to pay several times the effort in the future and you still might not be able to recover from it. I understand. Lin Ming nodded and continued consolidating his foundation. Lin Ming had already made up his mind. Black hole revolving core was the realm he needed to reach. Until the day he reached this realm, he would not make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Time passed unknowingly. 1 month later, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open from his meditation. In that instant, it was like 2 bright arcs of lightning lit up the room. An invisible aura was sent out, making Lan Xin, Duanmu Kun, and Fengshen feel like something cold crawled up their backs. In that moment they could feel the true essence within their bodies restlessly moving, spontaneously resisting this pressure. As Lan Xin looked at Lin Ming, she was a bit shocked. Lin Ming, you. Ho. The aura suddenly vanished and the bright electric light in Lin Ming's eyes also disappeared, as if everything just now was an illusion. Lin Ming stood up. Compared to a month ago, the energy around him was calmer and his aura was more collected, without a trace leaking out. The total amount of true essence in his body hadn't increased, but his strength had actually risen once again. Originally he had just entered the revolving core realm, but not he could be considered as having stably entered early revolving core. Duanmu Kun looked over to Lin Ming. He felt as if an azure dragon was hidden within Lin Ming's being. Once his energy erupted, the clouds and seas would tremble, shaking the heavens and earth. Such a Lin Ming was awe-inspiring. Thinking of this, Duanmu Kun's eyes subconsciously fell onto the heavenly demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm. A peak 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo was just a step shy from achieving 12 wings. Duanmu Kun didn't believe that Lin Ming would give up on reaching this goal. If this were true, then Lin Ming would inevitably become the enemy of the entire blood slaughter step. From the peak of 10 wings to 12 wings, he would have to kill at least 3 or 4 high-ranking High Lords like High Lord Cloud Demon. Just who would he kill? Thinking of this, Duanmu Kun's eyebrows shot up. Although Lin Ming appeared to be a pleasant and polite youth, the truth was that when it came to killing, there was nearly no one as decisive as he was. "Let's leave the forbidden zone," Lin Ming said. In his current state, it wouldn't take long to make it out of this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Within the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had come to understand some things. This was that it was time to return to the South Horizon region. From the time he left the demon god Imperial Palace, in just a flash, it had already been 2.5 years since he stepped foot within the South Horizon region. For this entire time, the worry within Lin Ming's mind had increased with every passing day. Chapter 656, Opening the Goddess Sarcophagus Once More. Chapter 656, Opening the Goddess Sarcophagus Once More. Lin Ming led Duanmu Kun and the others to leave the tomb, arriving back at the pitch-black space where they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. There were very minor distortions in the power of space here. If it wasn't for Lin Ming leading the way, it would have been very difficult for Duanmu Kun and the others to leave. As Lin Ming was about to step out of the mountain, he suddenly felt his body shake. In that moment, he seemed to hear an incomparably beautiful woman's voice, like the sounds of heaven, elusive and filled with a weeping grief. The voice seemed to form some strange ancient syllables. Even Lin Ming, who was familiar with the language from the realm of the gods as well as the ancient giant demons, still couldn't completely understand the meaning behind it. He slowed his steps and glanced over at Duanmu Kun and the others. He wanted to see whether or not they heard this voice, but their expressions were calm. Obviously they hadn't heard anything at all. "Is something wrong, Brother Lin?" Duanmu Kun asked, not sure why Lin Ming stopped. "No." Lin Ming shook his head. Since no one heard this voice, then it was useless if he mentioned it. It would be better if he didn't speak about it at all. "Oh." Duanmu Kun saw that Lin Ming didn't want to speak further and intelligently didn't press the issue. Lin Ming slowed his pace, listening to the woman's voice as he walked. If he was correct, then this voice was left behind by that goddess within the sarcophagus. Lin Ming had investigated her body but hadn't found any signs of life. Obviously, she had been dead for a very, very long time. Then, these sounds must have either come from an array formation that she had left behind, or perhaps it was from the battle spirit of her remaining will. Her strength was likely to have been no less than that of the verdant feather Holy Land Saintess, a top character even within the realm of the gods. It wouldn't be strange if she could leave behind a battle spirit that still existed after tens of thousands of years. As Lin Ming walked, he listened to this voice this entire time. Although he wasn't able to completely understand it, he still carefully memorized these words in his heart. The more he listened, the more unnerved he became. He, Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xin had all entered the tomb together, but he was the only one able to hear this voice. Just what was this voice trying to tell him? "Let's go back," Lin Ming suddenly said as he stopped. Lan Xin and Duanmu Kun were shocked. They didn't think that Lin Ming would have a thought like this even after they left the mountain. Duanmu Kun's intuition was that this sudden decision had something to do with his sudden pause a moment ago. But he tactfully didn't ask further. Lin Ming brought the group to return, passing through that pitch-black space until they returned in front of that peerless woman's sarcophagus. Lin Ming stood in front of the sarcophagus for a long time. Then, he deeply bowed in respect and said, "Senior, I apologize for disturbing your rest." With this, he undid all the countless seals he had left behind and shoved open the sarcophagus cover. With a rumbling sound, the sarcophagus completely opened. As a result, that utterly perfect woman appeared in front of everyone once more. "Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing?" Lan Xin couldn't help but ask. In heart, she thought that Lin Ming shouldn't be robbing a grave, right? Duanmu Kun flashed an eye at Lan Xin, and she attentively didn't say any more. Lin Ming was completely silent, only staring at the beautiful woman as she lay there. She was calm, like she had simply fallen asleep. Lin Ming recalled the voice of the woman from a while ago, and after a long time, he had a faint guess. Senior, I have a reason, and it isn't because Junior is being disrespectful. If I offend you, then please forgive me. With that, Lin Ming bent over and put his hand on the woman's body, trying to find something. Of course, he wasn't just randomly groping around, he had a clear purpose in mind. Before he touched her, he had used his perception to investigate the goddess body. He discovered that there were two areas where the fluctuation of energy was obviously different. One was at the woman's waist and the other was at her neck. These were the two areas that Lin Ming was searching. At the woman's waist, he first fished out a jade pendant. This jade pendant was a deep azure color and incomparably cold to the touch. There was an ancient mystical design carved into the center, looking like some sort of bird-shaped totem. Whatever this was, it was unlikely to be some sort of magical treasure. Although it exuded a very pure energy, it obviously didn't have any striking power. It seemed to be more like a keepsake of some sort. Senior, were you wronged? Lin Ming's guess was that after dying, her will hadn't yet dissipated after these tens of thousands of years. Now, she was trying to express to him some message. Was she wronged? Did she have some grudge? Or perhaps this was an absolutely irreconcilable hatred? After such a long time had passed, would her enemies, or those that had wronged her, still be in this world? Lin Ming's mind was full of questions. He hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, whether you have a grievance or grudge, this Junior will take this item. When Junior soars into the realm of the gods in the future, perhaps I might have a slim chance of helping Senior solve this mystery and completing this cycle of hatred. Although Lin Ming didn't know who this goddess was or what she had done, he had still obtained a number of lucky chances from her tomb. In essence, this could be considered a kindness that she had bestowed upon him. In this situation, if he could help her to the full extent of his power and maybe fulfill her last wish, then that would be completing the cycle of karma between them. However, there had always been something that Lin Ming didn't understand. Whether it was the woman in this tomb, or those abnormal existences within the eternal demon abyss, like the massive ancient beast that was thousands of miles long, these were all beings that should belong within the realm of the gods. Just why would they be here at the Holy Demon Continent? According to Demon Shine, the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent shared the same planet together. As for the 3,000 boundless worlds, that was 3,000s multiplied with each other, for a total of 1 billion. A billion worlds. And the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent combined was just a single one. In fact, this planet could be called insignificant, a negligible drop in the endless ocean. How could a powerhouse from the realm of the gods be entombed in the abyss of the Holy Demon Continent? Actually, just what was the eternal demon abyss? How was it created? How many tens of thousands of years had it been here for? Where did those evil spirits and unimaginably powerful existences originate from? And, what were the 12 sky-split towers? Who had constructed them? Why would there be the Road of Emperor? Lin Ming's mind was filled with all these unanswerable questions. The 12 sky-split towers had already existed for countless years, surviving through the endless wind and rain of time. With so many complex ancient arrays, the existence that was able to construct the 12 sky-split towers was absolutely on the same level as the woman in this tomb. Such a character, even if placed with the realm of the gods, would still be the master of the highest level of Holy Land. Just why would they come to the Holy Demon Continent? Lin Ming really couldn't figure any of this out. He shook his head and began to trace the woman's neck. Before, he had discovered that the energy here was also different. As he touched upon something cold, Lin Ming was just about to pull it out, when at this moment he suddenly pulled back his hand as if he had been bitten by a viper. How is this possible? Lin Ming's complexion paled. As Duan Mu-kun and the others saw Lin Ming's fierce reaction, they also went on high alert. Brother Lin, is something wrong? Lin Ming's face was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Hesitantly, he reached out his hand again and traced the woman's neck once more. This time, his hand specifically moved closer to the woman's left chest. Touching upon there, he could feel soft and smooth skin. Lin Ming was able to confirm that what he felt was not an illusion. This woman had a heartbeat. Before, he had investigated her and clearly didn't feel the slightest fluctuations of life. So, how could there be a heartbeat? If there was a heartbeat, how come he didn't detect it? Lin Ming found this impossible to imagine. He wavered for a long time, and then silently said, "Senior, I apologize for offending you." Lin Ming let out a wisp of his perception and investigated the woman's left chest. In fact, the perception of a martial artist was ubiquitous. Naturally, penetrating through clothes was a simple action. But to use his perception to pass through this goddess clothing was truly a boorish and disrespectful gesture. But in order to confirm some things, Lin Ming didn't have a better method. He could only make sure that his mind was as clear as a mirror and that he absolutely had no thoughts of desecrating or blaspheming her in any way, shape, or form. Passing his perception into the goddess's left chest, Lin Ming felt his mind tremble. Then, he instantly disappeared from the real world and came to a completely different world of will. This was a vast starry sky. A world comparable to the endless starry skies. Lin Ming panicked. At this moment, he heard a series of cracking sounds, as if crystal glasses were being broken. Looking up, he could see space cracking apart, quickly blowing up in front of him at an ever-growing pace. Then, a vast, infinite ocean of energy and life force gushed out. Bang! Lin Ming was sent flying away. In front of such terrifying energy, he was no different from a leaf in a storm, unable to resist at all. If this energy had even a tiniest bit killing intent towards Lin Ming, then he would be directly smushed into a bloody fog. What a powerful energy! Just what is this? Lin Ming finally stabilized himself with great effort and wiped off the blood that leaked out from the corners of his mouth. He looked up to see that in the endless starry skies, in that area where space had broken apart, there was actually a great vibrant red heart, powerfully beating. Pang! 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 With every heartbeat, the void trembled. With every beat, Lin Ming could feel all of the blood vitality of his body being pulled away, all of the blood vessels within him wanting to explode and rush out of here. This is. Lin Ming's eyes went perfectly wide as he stared on at the beating heart in the starry skies. This bright and vivid deep red heart seemed as if it were carved from pure blood crystal. After passing through several tens of thousands of years, the life force within had never dimmed by a single touch. A bright crimson divine light emitted from this heart, accompanied by a vast, inexhaustible energy of life. This heart could likely beat on in perpetuity for another 100,000 years. This was the heart of a true emperor, moreover, an emperor of the realm of the gods. The master of this heart must have been a top powerhouse, looking down on every other existence. Was this the heart of the goddess? This thought instantly cut through Lin Ming's mind before he rejected it. It was not. On the goddess body, Lin Ming had felt a serene aura, uncaring of all world problems, as profound as the limitless sea. In her presence, everyone's hearts would be filled with awe, no one daring to blaspheme her. And from this heart, Lin Ming could feel an overwhelmingly domineering aura, an existence unmatched by all that lived within this universe. This master of this heart, when living, must have shaken the foundations of the realm of the gods, an unrivaled emperor that looked down with disdain at all of creation. These were two completely different atmospheres. This proved that this heart did not belong to this goddess. Yet, what confused Lin Ming was that when he had touched the goddess chest, he had clearly felt a heartbeat. If he wasn't wrong, then this heart existed within the goddess. Thus, Lin Ming was able to feel it beat within her. But, because the goddess had died, he couldn't sense any fluctuations of life from her. A goddess that had died had the heart of a great emperor sealed within her that had been beating for tens of thousands of years. The final analysis of these facts left Lin Ming inexplicably horrified. What sort of great emperor was this? He had pulled out his heart and yet it still beat for all these tens of thousands of years. Such a great emperor, who had killed him, and who had sealed his heart within this goddess body. Chapter 657, Leaving the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 657, Leaving the Forbidden Zone. Ho! Lin Ming retreated from the world of will, a cold sweat already streaming down his back. He had been completely suppressed by the aura of that heart. Fortunately, that heart did not care one bit about him, otherwise he would have already been crushed into nothing. "Brother Lin, are you okay?" Duanmu-kun noticed Lin Ming's strange behavior and asked him, "Is something wrong?" Although Duanmu-kun had only known Lin Ming for a short time, he had still been able to get a relatively good grasp on what sort of character he had. Lin Ming wasn't the type to play evil tricks or do something dirty. He must have discovered something just now. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before recounting what just happened to Duanmu-kun with a true essence sound transmission. With another person, there would be another viewpoint on matters and another opinion. Perhaps they would be able to understand some more things. "You said that there is the heart of a great emperor sealed within this goddess that has been beating for the last several tens of thousands of years." After hearing this, Duanmu-kun was inexplicably shocked. He too wanted to feel the heartbeat of this goddess, but after a moment of hesitation, he didn't dare to put out his hand. According to Lin Ming's account of events, he had been sucked into that world of will. Luckily, Lin Ming's battle spirit had already formed. Even so, he had been suppressed to the point of sweating all over. If Duanmu-kun himself were to be drawn into that world of will, then he feared he would be ground into a pile of meat. Lin Ming said, "The great emperor that I mentioned now isn't a great emperor of the holy demon continent, but one from the realm of the gods. Compared to such an existence, even the 8-4 emperor is nothing more than a little baby. I really have no idea, just who killed this person, and why would their heart appear within the eternal demon abyss?" Lin Ming couldn't imagine just how strong a true great emperor from the realm of the gods would be. Not to mention other aspects, but in terms of lifespan, if a great emperor of the mortal world didn't make a miraculous breakthrough, they could live at most for 10,000 years. But, a great emperor of the realm of the gods, even after death, their heart would still be able to beat on for tens of thousands of years. These were two completely different levels. Duanmu-kun came from a super holy land, so he certainly knew the rumors about the realm of the gods. After a moment of thought he suddenly said, "Are you sure that this great emperor was killed?" "Millimeter?" Lin Ming paused. "His heart is here, so can he still be alive?" "I can't say." Duanmu-kun shook his head. "In the ancient books of my holy land, I've also read some records about the supreme elders within the realm of the gods. I've read that there are some martial artists who have reaching an extremely high boundary and can regrow their limbs even after they are cut off. And above that, there are those that can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Even if they lost their entire body, as long as there is still a single piece left over, they could slowly regenerate into a complete body. To a great emperor of the realm of the gods, perhaps even losing a heart doesn't mean they would die." As Duanmu-kun spoke, Lin Ming did recall some memories about this. There were some powerhouses within the realm of the gods, who, after reaching a very high level, could reform themselves even after being cut apart. As for being reborn through a single drop of blood, Duanmu-kun's words weren't too far off from the truth. By relying on just a little piece of their body, one really could be reborn with a complete form. However, the cost of that was that the new body would only have that tiny sliver of the original body. Basically, this meant that their entire life's martial arts would be wasted. For a top martial artist to lose that much of their body, it meant they would lose that much of their energy. "You're right, this great emperor might not have died." Lin Ming nodded. Before, he had fallen into a different way of thinking. Duanmu-kun also said, "This goddess died several tens of thousands of years ago and yet her body hasn't decayed. She still lies here, sleeping in beauty. This completely defies common sense. No matter how powerful this goddess was before death, after she died, her energies should have faded away a bit after such a long time. At least, her skin should have lost some of its gorgeous luster. But, since that isn't the case, I think there might be a different possibility. And that is that this great emperor from the realm of the gods gouged out his own heart to place within her body, in order to preserve the life force of her body for 100,000 years." Duanmu-kun even seemed amazed by his own words. As Lin Ming listened to him, he was shocked. Although this reasoning sounded strange, it might have been true. A divine emperor had gouged out his own heart in order to preserve the vitality of this goddess. To a martial artist, their heart, dantian, and spiritual sea were their three most important points, and these were also the areas that contained the most energy. If one cut out their own heart, they would lose at least 10% of their strength. If that great emperor felt this was worth it, then undoubtedly this goddess was extremely important to him. If this were the case, then this realm of the gods' great emperor should have entombed her in a crystal sarcophagus to ensure she was well protected. Why would he abandon her within the eternal demon abyss? Such a simple tomb. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a powerful being from the realm of the gods buried here. There were too many things that Lin Ming was confused about, so he simply didn't think about it. He leaned forwards and continued to search around the goddess' neck. Before, when he felt the goddess's heartbeat, he had drawn back his hand, so he failed to take the keepsake out. Gingerly reaching into her dress, Lin Ming pulled out a necklace. This necklace was very strange. It was absolutely not something that a woman would normally use. The necklace itself was as thick as a little finger. Rather than a necklace, it seemed more like a chain. On the end of this necklace was a palm-sized metal plate, a full inch thick. In the center of this metal plate was a hole that seemed as if it had held some gem, but now that gem was lost. What a strange keepsake. Lin Ming shook his head. He put the jade pendant and necklace in his spatial ring. As for the riddle of the eternal demon abyss, he would have to wait until his was stronger before he could begin to unravel it. And for now, Lin Ming was far from reaching this realm. In the future, when he was strong enough, he would personally enter the eternal demon abyss to see just what was inside. Peering deep into the woman's sarcophagus, he branded her image in his mind and then slowly pushed the cover back over. Lifting his hand, he formed some array symbols and sealed away the sarcophagus. Lin Ming only casually sealed it. With that heart from a divine emperor protecting her, there were no evil spirits that would ever be able to do anything to the goddess. Luckily, he didn't have any malicious or dark intentions from the start, otherwise when he was sucked into that world of will, just the slightest bit of killing intent from that divine emperor's heart would have killed him countless times over. The reason that those corpse devils didn't dare to touch the sarcophagus of this goddess was most likely because they feared the heart of that divine emperor. Senior, Junior must bid you farewell. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. As he left the tomb, he had a faint feeling that in the future, his fate would one day cross with this woman again, and perhaps even the divine emperor who had left that heart. Let's go. We're getting out of here. Lin Ming suppressed all the questions in his heart and brought Duanmu Kun and the rest to leave the tomb. Eternal Demon Abyss, 1,100-mile zone. The land was completely silent. Under a sky that had remained grey for tens of thousands of years, a dark fog rolled through. In this crimson land, one could occasionally see several broken stone tablets on the earth, engraved with ancient and mysterious symbols. On this day, there were several blood crows circling up above, creepily screeching. These blood crows lived by eating corpses. It was said that they had a very special ability to sense and smell the energy of a dying person. Thus, when there were people dying, they would always be gathered at that spot in advance. You bunch of beasts also came to join in on the fun, eh? From the fog, a giant demon martial artist suddenly leapt out. As he saw this group of blood crows flying in the air, he began to simmer with a burning rage. You want to wait for this father to die. Then this father will kill you first. Go die. Spearlight flashed and several blood crows were pierced through. The others gave several screeches before flying away. In truth, these blood crows had no striking power. Within the eternal demon abyss, they were the weakest and most ordinary of species. They lived on by burying their eggs deep underground to avoid the eruptions of the eternal demon abyss and would breed once every 10 years. Third brother, this can't go on. We've already been trapped here for an entire month. Damn this unholy place. The one who spoke was an imp martial artist. As he saw the giant demon martial artist attack a blood crow, he could only shake his head and sigh. The giant demon martial artist put away his spear and cursed, F***ck it all, this year's eternal demon abyss is too strange. In the past, it was never so dangerous after an eruption. I fear that over half of those that came to the eternal demon abyss have already died. No kidding. Che, I thought that I would be able to obtain some lucky chances here, but if I can't even get out, then any lucky chance is useless. The last one to speak up was a young Fey girl. She was the only woman in the group of 3. Their squad originally has 6 people. Now, there were only 3 left over, and they were also stuck in this danger zone with no way to leave, often having to face the attacks of evil spirits. As the 3 were speaking, they heard a mournful scream, the fog around them suddenly stirring up like a pot of boiling porridge. This is bad. The 3 of them paled and immediately drew out their weapons. At this time, with the fog in front of them blown away, they could see that 5 10-foot-tall humanoid monsters had appeared in front of them. These 5 monsters were incomparably disgusting, absolutely nauseating to look at. Their faces were covered with pus-filled sores, and the top of their heads looked like crowns of oozing meat. Their fangs looked like steel needles, and as they walked upright, their claws looked like sharp and cruel blades. Just when will these damned monsters stop chasing us? An imp martial artist felt his heart sink into despair. The reason they had mistakenly entered into this space maze was because they had been chased down by this group of demonic beasts. Afterwards, they had been stuck here in this danger zone for an entire month without any way to leave. Now, he never thought that this group of disgusting monsters would use some unknown method to find them, and had actually chased them all the way here. As they saw these large monsters in front of them, the martial artists realized that none of them would be leaving here alive. F***CK. If I'm going to die trapped here, then I would rather die fighting with these monsters. If you want to kill this father, then this father won't let you off either. A giant demon martial artist gave a loud shout and thrust his spear forwards, a sharp spear light slicing through the void. This giant demon martial artist certainly wasn't an average martial artist, otherwise there was no way he would have lived until this point. However, he returned even faster than he went. That repulsive humanoid monster only slapped out its hand and sent the giant demon martial artist flying. 3 bloody wounds appeared in the giant demon martial artist's chest, blood gushing out. The difference was too great. In their first encounter, they hadn't been able to resist either. These humanoid monsters were not only ridiculously strong, but nearly invulnerable to weapons. None in their group had been able to fight back, thus the reason they fled into the wild and stumbled into a danger zone by mistake. As the imp and fey martial artists saw this, their eyes filled with anguish. At this moment, all of them would die. The 5 large monsters gave 2 loud roars and stretched out their cruel claws to grasp at the 3 martial artists. The imp martial artist's eyes flashed with a decisive color, and he was prepared to fight till his death with these monsters. But, at this moment, twin beams of radiant light appeared out of thin air, piercing through the eyes of 2 monsters as if they were made of paper. Those 2 monsters weren't even able to cry out before their bodies shook and they tumbled to the ground, blood bubbling out of them. The imp martial artist was completely stunned. Chapter 658, Killing the Monsters. Chapter 658, Killing the Monsters. Those humanoid monsters, which they had thought were invincible, 2 of them had instantly died. It wasn't just the imp martial artist that was astonished, but the giant demon martial artist and young fey girl were also shocked. Before this, all of them tried attacking these humanoid monsters, but no matter what martial skill they used, even with their full strength, none of them had been able to break past these creatures' fur. They were on completely different levels. But just now, 2 beams of light had pierced through 2 of the humanoid monsters, instantly killing them without the least bit of resistance. Just who had done this? Watching the 2 shaking monster corpses on the ground, the 3 martial artists were overjoyed to be alive. Subconsciously, they took several steps backwards. A gaping red hole had appeared in these 2 monsters' head, and their blood and brains were spilling out, flowing along the ground. As the 3 remaining monsters saw their companions die, all of them flew into a rage. They roared, twisting around to see just who had dared to ambush them. But at this time, within the fog, the figures of several people began to slowly come into view. As the 3 monsters saw these people's figures, they rushed towards them. Kai, Kai, Kai. 3 more beams of light shot out, piercing through the fog and directly passing through those 3 monsters' forehead. The 3 monsters' bodies shook. After their heads were pierced by this light, they all fell to the floor. But the center one, because of inertia, stumbled towards the figures of the several people. And then, A scene that the three martial artists would never forget suddenly occurred. A flaming azure light shot up into the sky, passing straight through that large monster and splitting in half. Blood fell like rain. Peng! Peng! The corpse fell apart as its body was cut vertically in half. As for that figure that was revealed between the halves, they were protected by a flow of energy and not a single drop of blood stained them. As the three martial artists saw this, all of them began to celebrate surviving this catastrophe. At the same time, they all began to feel uneasy. They could see that the several figures approaching were humans and fae. This trip into the eternal demon abyss was reaching its end. Their first worry was that they didn't have a guide, and their second worry was that any martial artist that managed to survive up until this point would often have a considerable amount of resources with them. Thus, the killing between squads had becoming increasingly frequent. The act of killing someone and stealing their wealth had occurred multiple times. Currently, those four approaching martial artists could chop up the three of them as if they were melons. As long as any of them harbored any evil intentions, all three of them would die here. I truly thank the Tower Masters for the grace of saving our lives. The imp martial artist who led the three of them quickly rushed forwards to thank their saviors. In his view, only a Tower Master had such strength. He could only hope that these Tower Masters didn't take a fancy towards weaklings like them, otherwise they were done for. After giving his thanks, the imp martial artist looked up. But now, he froze once more. As the four martial artists stepped out of the fog, he could finally clearly make out who they were. They were actually Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, Fengshen, and Lin Ming. When they first entered the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming had been the focus of everyone, so of course he could recognize him. But afterwards, he heard that Lin Ming had died somewhere. How could he suddenly show up in this 1,100-mile zone of the Eternal Demon Abyss? The three martial artists' minds were in chaos. Then the imp martial artist suddenly realized something. Based on their positions, those several rays of light must have come from Lin Ming. How was this possible? The imp martial artist had to admit that he was only an average-ranked High Lord from the Skysplit Towers. He hadn't been able to break through the defense of those monsters, but now they had actually been instantly killed by Lin Ming. Did this mean that Lin Ming had strength close to that of a Tower Master? Thinking of this, the imp martial artist was flabbergasted. Just what was going on? So its little sister Blue Lotus and High Lord Sandstone. Duanmu Kun smiled as he spoke. He was acquainted with the young Fey girl in the center of the three. As for that imp High Lord, he only knew of his name. Senior Apprentice Brother Duanmu, thank you for saving us, the young Fey girl called Blue Lotus said in a soft voice. She wasn't blushing because of shyness, but because the rapid series of events and her near death had made her blood flow quicken. Haha, it's not me who rescued you, I just don't have this ability. If you must thank someone, then thank Brother Lin here. Duanmu Kun laughed. From when they had strayed into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, and in addition to the month they had practiced in the tomb, it had been a full month and a half. With Lin Ming's leadership, they had finally made it out alive. After having survived such a disastrous event, Duanmu Kun was in an excellent mood. As the imp High Lord Sandstone saw that Duanmu Kun wasn't planning on killing them, and that he also knew Blue Lotus, he was ecstatic. It seemed that they had managed to escape a calamity. I am 5 Color Towers High Lord Sandstone. I thank young hero Lin for saving us. There was no time now to wonder why Lin Ming was so strong. The imp High Lord cupped his fists together and bowed once more. Unconsciously, he had started to speak with a respectful tone. It's no problem. I just have a question to ask you, Lin Ming said, impassively. Young hero Lin, please ask. I will try to answer to the best of my knowledge. Millimeter. I want to know, how many months have you been in the Eternal Demon Abyss for? As Lin Ming asked this question, High Lord Sandstone was confused. Duanmu Kun and the others also looked at each other, puzzled. Did this still need to be asked? The three of them had been with Lin Ming, and in total, 3.5 months should have passed since they entered the Eternal Demon Abyss. Although High Lord Sandstone was perplexed, he respectfully replied, reporting to young hero Lin, it's been just shy of 5 months since I entered the Eternal Demon Abyss. 5 months? Lin Ming thought for a moment, no surprise on his face. But Duanmu-kun and the others were completely shocked. How could it be 5 months? It had obviously been 3.5. They looked towards Lin Ming and immediately understood as they saw that he had an expression as if he had expected this. Perhaps within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, there was something odd about the flow of time. The truth was that time and space often existed as one existence. If a powerful force field could twist space, then it would likely change the flow of time. It wasn't strange for both time and space to always be affected simultaneously. Thus, Lin Ming had guessed that the time they spent within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was different from outside of it. Now, from High Lord Sandstone's answer, it seemed that the time within was slower. Millimeter, we're all right. Lin Ming waved his hand, thinking of something else. Back when he was in the king's cage, he had also entered a cage of space and time, understanding the essence of time there. Time was simply the illusion of change between all living beings. As long as he could remove the heart demon that existed within this illusion, he could guarantee that his mind wouldn't be chaotic and he wouldn't lose himself in the distortion of time. But now, it seemed as if this wasn't necessarily true. Even if he held onto his heart and mind, he could still be caught up in a whirlpool of time and space without being aware of it. Thinking of this, Lin Ming could only sigh. Time was simply far more illusory and baffling than space. Now, he realized just how much he didn't understand about time, and just how little of its source he had touched upon. His past understanding of time had its place and use, but now put among a wider use of the law, it was no longer feasible. Let's go, we're leaving here. Lin Ming no longer thought about the chaotic time within the Eternal Demon Abyss's 1,000-mile forbidden zone. This was a level that he was far from being able to understand. Where are we going? Duanmu-kun asked. We're leaving the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming decisively said. The Eternal Demon Abyss would only be open for 6 months. Now that 5 months had passed, it was around the time they should leave. As the imp martial artist heard Lin Ming's words, his eyes widened. Young hero Lin, could you take us with you? The imp martial artist's idea was very simple. Now, there were only 3 of them left, and it was doubtful they would be able to find any more lucky chances in the last remaining month. They could already count their blessings that the 3 of them were able to make it out of here safely. Naturally, if they followed Lin Ming, it would be much less dangerous for them. Sure. Lin Ming answered without hesitation, nodding. Forming a team was a mutually beneficial relationship to begin with. Thus, the group of them stepped onto the road to return. Coming here, there was a guide to lead the way. But leaving here, all of that depended on one's own ability. In this nearly half-year adventure, the surviving martial artists had accumulated a great deal of experience within the Eternal Demon Abyss. Now, with Lin Ming leading the way, they encountered several minor dangers, but all of these were easily resolved. Besides the young Fey girl called Blue Lotus receiving a minor wound, no one else was harmed. 15 days later, the group reached the northern entrance of the Eternal Demon Abyss. At this time, there were already many people gathered at the entrance. Although there was still half a month until the channel into the Eternal Demon Abyss closed, there were always some matters where arriving earlier was better than coming later. If one were to try arriving just on time and then stumble into some accident or danger and ended up trapped within the Eternal Demon Abyss, dying like that would truly be an injustice. Seeing Lin Ming, Duanmu-kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xin all appear together, this immediately aroused a great uproar. These 4 were all characters with unbelievable origins. Without accident, all of them would become peerless emperors in the future. Lin Ming, that boy. He hasn't died. Rumors of Lin Ming's death had long since spread to everyone's ears. Everyone knew that Lin Ming had returned to a danger zone and disappeared afterwards, most likely having died for his stupidity. But now that they saw Lin Ming safe and sound, and also in the company of Duanmu-kun and the others, all of them were shocked speechless. How come Lin Ming is with Duanmu-kun? Didn't they say that he fell into some danger zone? Was he rescued? Did Duanmu-kun rescue him? Maybe, or they might have run into each other later. The martial artists all began to speak. Lin Ming was a focus of attention, but Duanmu-kun was too. Although it was acknowledged that Duanmu Kun's talent was slightly inferior to Lin Ming's, in terms of strength, everyone assumed he was actually the stronger of the two. With both of them appearing together, this naturally attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ming simply didn't care to bother with anyone, ignoring them all. He went and sat down next to a boulder, entering into meditation to adjust his condition. As for Duanmu Kun and the rest, they also followed Lin Ming. There were many people present that Duanmu Kun knew of. According to Duanmu Kun's character in the past, he was always happy to speak with heroic elites of the world, so he definitely would have gone over to speak to them. But now, he was actually disinclined to do so. After entering the 1,000-mile forbidden zone and experiencing so many horrible and wonderful things, Duanmu Kun felt as if his vision of the world had suddenly grown. Now, all of these people could no longer enter into his eyes. How interesting. Not too far away, a black-clothed youth smirked. He was 5 Color Towers Zhuan, who was also a Holy Land descendant. His reputation was only a bit below Duanmu Kun's, and much higher than Lan Xin's. During this journey into the eternal demon abyss, Zhuan was extremely fortuitous and had obtained a very great lucky chance, causing his strength to rapidly soar. Because of this, Zhuan already confident and arrogant nature had become extremely overinflated. He now believed that he had the capital to be equal rivals with Duanmu Kun. With a slight hesitation, he walked over to Duanmu Kun. Chapter 659, The Return of the Polaris Tower Master. Chapter 659, The Return of the Polaris Tower Master. At the entrance to the eternal demon abyss, the frigid wind was quietly rustling through. As Duanmu Kun was meditating, he saw a black-clothed Goliath youth walking towards him. Zhuan. Duanmu Kun's eyebrows twisted together. Duanmu Kun was a Fey and Zhuan was a Goliath. The two of them had already been competitors, and their relationship was antagonistic. Duanmu Kun. Zhuan eyes narrowed. I'm glad to see that you and Lin Ming both made it through this journey into the eternal demon abyss alive. Wonderful. Truly, I am glad, otherwise I would have been lonely all my life. Zhuan words purposefully left out Fengshen and Lan Xin. He didn't even glance in their direction. Obviously, he felt that those two didn't have the qualifications to compare to him. Fengshen didn't really care at all about this, but Lan Xin grew angry. This damned Zhuan was not much stronger than she was, yet he actually dared to look down on her with such disdain. How could she possibly endure this insult? Zhuan, who the hell do you think you are? Lan Xin said, sharply. Lan Xin's fighting words immediately attracted everyone's eyes. Whether it was Lan Xin, Zhuan, Duanmu Kun, or Lin Ming, they were all outstanding heroic youths that stood at the pinnacle of the 12 skysplit towers. If these people were arguing, then naturally there was much fun to see. Seeing so many people turn towards them consciously or unconsciously, Zhuan smiled. His tone was flippant as he asked, Little girl Lan, I wonder what sort of lucky chance you managed to obtain within the eternal demon abyss. As Lan Xin heard Zhuan speak to her with such disrespect, she became angry. But, as she heard Zhuan mention lucky chances, she actually became somewhat breathless. During this trip to the eternal demon abyss, her harvest was only a few pieces of demon god bones, the most precious of those being the Earthstep demon god bone that she had obtained in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Although her harvest could be considered good, if this Zhuan dared to be so arrogant like this, then it was likely he found a much greater lucky chance than she did. If she really were to compare, then she would mostly lose. Not just that, but as she sensed his aura, Lan Xin felt something strength from Zhuan body. There was a mysterious fluctuation of energy that startled her. This is, Lan Xin's heart jumped. Zhuan hadn't made a breakthrough, but the impression he left on others was even scarier. Lan Xin's intuition told her that Zhuan really must have obtained some extraordinary lucky chance here, causing his strength to soar to a new level. Currently, it was true that she couldn't compare to Zhuan. At this time, Duanmu Kun's eyes flashed with a trace of blue light. Taking a wide view of the strange energy within Zhuan body, he thought for a moment before slowly saying, I see, so you've managed to obtain a contract piece. No wonder you're making such a ruckus here. Although Duanmu Kun appeared calm, he was actually somewhat startled. The contract beast within Zhuanyu's body was likely a top breed even within the entire Holy Demon continent. This sort of contract beast could only be found through a stroke of fate. Once found and carefully raised, this sort of being could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. And listening to Zhuanyu's meaning, he feared that this contract beast was still young, and yet it was already capable of greatly increasing his strength. Good sight. Yes. This is a contract beast. It is also my greatest harvest during this trip into the eternal demon abyss. I have finally obtained a powerful contract beast. Duanmu-kun, I challenge you. After this journey into the eternal demon abyss, once we've both left the bloodslaughter steps, I want a final showdown to see just who is the best. Zhuanyu was incomparably confident in himself. When he first obtained the contract beast, he was already awed by how strong it was. Once it grew into its adult form in the future, its combat strength could be imagined. Zhuanyu now firmly believed he had the capital to stand on equal ground with Duanmu-kun, whether it was today or in the future. Even if they started fighting now, he expected that he had at least a 60% chance of victory. I'll follow you to the end. Duanmu-kun didn't decline. Having matches between talents was very normal. Duanmu-kun feared no one. In fact, in his 20-some years of life, countless outstanding heroic youths had been defeated under his blade. Good courage. Great. Zhuanyu laughed. Then, he turned to Lin Ming. You there, Lin Ming, I will wait 1 year for you. With your talent, you should have the qualifications to fight me then. I hope those stories of you weren't exaggerated, otherwise I would truly be disappointed. The news that Lin Ming had become a titled Azura had long spread throughout the entire bloodslaughter steppes. Zhuanyu believed that in 1 year, Lin Ming would make considerable progress. But, at the same time, his contract beast would also become that much more terrifying. He was really looking forward to this battle. As Zhuanyu spoke to him, Lin Ming simply sat there in meditation as if he hadn't heard Zhuanyu at all. As for Duanmu-kun, Lan Xin, and even the stoic Fengshen, all three of them were briefly startled before a comical expression lit their faces. Zhuanyu wanted to wait a year before he fought Lin Ming. Lan Xin wanted to laugh but she managed to hold it back. She wasn't interested in alerting Zhuanyu to anything. In fact, she wanted him to eat his own shit. But what a pity, from Lin Ming's attitude, it seemed that he simply didn't care about fighting someone like Zhuanyu. This caused Lan Xin to be a bit disappointed. Seeing Lin Ming completely unaffected by his challenge, Zhuanyu grew a bit angry. If he was publicly looked down by a human, how could he ever raise his head in the future? Lin Ming, I just spoke to you, didn't you hear me? As Zhuanyu spoke again, Lin Ming really did open his eyes. Zhuanyu coldly snorted, wanting to spit out a few spicy insults. But, at this moment, he discovered that Lin Ming wasn't looking at him, but rather at a far-off distance place. Zhuanyu became completely incensed. He was about to storm off in a fit of rage, when at this time, he felt his mind grow cold. He could feel at this moment that a powerful energy was quickly approaching. He suddenly turned and saw that several 100 feet away, there was a black-clothed middle-aged man slowly walking out of the fog. This middle-aged man was extremely tall and his body was wrapped in a thick black cloak. His eyes were as deep and profound as the night stars, and from his appearance, he seemed to be a hybrid of a giant demon and Goliath. This person was the Polaris Tower Master. It wasn't just the Polaris Tower Master that had arrived, but behind him was also a Goliath martial artist carrying a great axe. This Goliath martial artist was actually a Tower Master too, the Great Axe Tower Master. With the sudden appearance of 2 Tower Masters, all the martial artists present immediately turned silent. Even Zhuanyu, who had just obtained a massive lucky chance in the Eternal Demon Abyss and also received a massive boost to his ego, found his heart growing cold, no longer daring to be as brash as he was. In front of a super powerhouse like these Tower Masters, he simply didn't have the ability to resist. Behind the Polaris Tower Master and the Great Axe Tower Master, there were also 4 or 5 other martial artists. Among them was Whitestone Tower's High Lord Three Eyes, a well-known figure who was no weaker than High Lord Cloud Demon. In addition, there were also several other martial artists that Lin Ming recognized. One of them was Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Black Ash, a fellow that had been part of Lin Ming's squad when they first entered into the Eternal Demon Abyss. When Lin Ming entered the Eternal Demon Abyss, this High Lord Black Ash was already testing him, unable to hide the killing intent in his eyes. He even attempted to probe Lin Ming's strength. Finally, High Lord Cloud Demon had to stop at the time, and afterwards, he joined the same squad as Lin Ming. He didn't have any good intentions in doing so, but during the trip he didn't have a chance to do anything either. Another person that Lin Ming recognized was the top-ranked High Lord Bloodfire of Polaris Tower. He was the same as Lin Ming, someone who had a slave seal from the Polaris Tower Master planted within them, except that he truly was being controlled. Lin Ming thought that during this trip into the Eternal Demon Abyss, High Lord Bloodfire would be used as mere cannon fodder, but he didn't expect that this fellow would actually manage to survive. After High Lord Black Ash and High Lord Bloodfire saw Lin Ming, they were shocked. Especially High Lord Black Ash. He had seen with his own eyes Lin Ming returning to that damned danger zone. He thought that Lin Ming would undoubtedly die there, but this boy was still alive. Not just that, but he broke through to Revolving Core. What was going on here? High Lord Black Ash was jealous to the point of hate. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had obtained a great lucky chance within the Eternal Demon Abyss. F***CK. How come this boy kept having such good luck? High Lord Black Ash's jealousy had turned to bitterness. His eyes moved and he said to the Polaris Tower Master, "Congratulations, Sir Polaris. Your Polaris Tower now has another powerful High Lord." This Lin Ming definitely obtained some great lucky chance within the Eternal Demon Abyss and broke through to Revolving Core. This is a matter for celebration. High Lord Black Ash obviously spoke these words loudly because he hated Lin Ming. In particular, he spoke towards the Polaris Tower Master because he wanted to deliberately arouse the other man's desire to rob. Lin Ming obviously knew what High Lord Black Ash was trying to do. As he looked towards him, his eyes flashed with a trace of naked killing intent. The Polaris Tower Master faintly smiled. His guess was also similar to High Lord Black Ash's. But what sort of lucky chance had Lin Ming obtained? He beckoned Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, come forwards." Lin Ming sneered in his heart, his hand tracing his spatial ring as he walked towards the Polaris Tower Master. "Lin Ming, you've done well. I'm pleased that you've safely returned. Now, what sort of lucky chances did you obtain this time?" As the Polaris Tower Master spoke, he had a kind and happy smile on his face, as if he really were a general that was grateful their soldier returned alive. As for those last few words, they were said with a true essence sound transmission. "Some demon god bones, and a fruit." Lin Ming answered with a smile. His words were very simple, but there was a subtle flavor of ridicule hiding behind them. "Oh, a fruit." The Polaris Tower Master was stunned and then immediately interested. Within the Eternal Demon Abyss, nearly all plants had become extinct. If there was a fruit, then it must have been something extraordinary. "Good, very good. Then, show me this fruit." As Lin Ming listened to the Polaris Tower Master's words, he remained completely unmoved. Instead, the sarcasm on his face only became increasingly obvious. It was at this time that the Polaris Tower Master realized that something was wrong. The Polaris Tower Master grimaced, "Lin Ming, you actually dare to defy my orders?" "Your orders?" Lin Ming's lips curved up in a sneer. "Why would I listen to your orders?" These words were no longer said with a true essence sound transmission. All of the martial artists present could hear them. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. What was happening? Why did Lin Ming say such things to the Polaris Tower Master? "What did you say?" The Polaris Tower Master's complexion changed. He suddenly linked his mind to the slave seal within Lin Ming's spiritual sea and discovered that it was still there, perfectly intact. So just what was going on here? Something was wrong. If the slave seal was intact, how could Lin Ming escape his control? Could it be that Lin Ming knew some way to isolate the slave seal? Could it be that from the very beginning, Lin Ming had never been controlled, and all of this was an act? Thinking of this, the Polaris Tower Master's expression became increasingly ugly. "TSK, are you inspecting the slave seal?" "Rest assured, it is still in my spiritual sea." Again, Lin Ming's words weren't spoken with a true essence sound transmission. As he clearly enunciated each word, everyone was shocked. Slave Seal. Chapter 660, Invincible Aura. Chapter 660, Invincible Aura. Slave Seal. The martial artists present weren't idiots, they knew just what a slave seal was. They replayed the words that Lin Ming had just spoken. Are you inspecting the slave seal? Rest assured, it is still in my spiritual sea. With everything linked together, the martial artists present had a faint guess as to what Lin Ming meant. That was, the Polaris Tower Master had planted a slave seal within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, but he wasn't able to control Lin Ming? Just what was going on? The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a blazing killing intent. He stared at Lin Ming like a wild beast. What garbage nonsense are you spouting off about? Haha. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, it is clearest in your heart. Don't you find it strange that your slave seal isn't working on me? Lin Ming's words were aggressive, making the Polaris Tower Master feel as if his heart was dripping blood. A Tower Master was controlling the talented High Lords of Skysplit Tower with slave seals. If these sorts of rumors spread out, then the ensuing chaos could be imagined. Fengshen, Duanmu Kun, and Lanxin all had changed expressions. They absolutely believed everything that Lin Ming said. Now, they were all glad that they weren't subjected to such treatment. To have a slave seal planted within them, it was a fate worse than death. But what method had Lin Ming used to cause the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal to fail? Lin Ming, if you dare to slander me one more time, I will kill you. The Polaris Tower Master was worked into an extreme rage. He absolutely didn't expect that Lin Ming had some method to circumvent his slave seal and lead him around in circles. This boy was so young and yet he had such shrewd methods, he absolutely could not be allowed to live. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming wantonly laughed, not even caring for the Polaris Tower Master's threat. Me, slander you? You planted a slave seal in my spiritual sea and just now used a true essence sound transmission to order me to give you everything I obtained within the eternal demon abyss. How about it, are you not going to admit this? That's right, there's also High Lord Bloodfire who has been controlled by you. Now, he's nothing more than a useless zombie. Have someone investigate his situation and you'll immediately understand. Which High Lord would like to investigate him? As Lin Ming spoke, he looked towards High Lord Bloodfire. High Lord Bloodfire's complexion immediately changed and he shouted, Lin Ming, what nonsense are you speaking? High Lord Bloodfire was completely controlled by the Polaris Tower Master. It was simply the Polaris Tower Master speaking through him. Bloodfire, you are truly a tragedy. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer bothering with Bloodfire. High Lord Bloodfire was also controlled. Facing this super bomb that Lin Ming threw out again, all of those that were doubtful from the start now had their suspicions confirmed. It was impossible for Lin Ming to speak so irresponsibly like this. A simple probe of High Lord Bloodfire would immediately reveal his secret. And now, it was impossible for the Polaris Tower Master to unravel the slave seal in High Lord Bloodfire's spiritual sea. Once it was undone, High Lord Bloodfire would immediately obtain his freedom. After being a zombie-like servant for so many years, he would immediately turn on his ex-master. No matter what, the charges against the Polaris Tower Master were now all proven. For Polaris Tower to use slave seals to control the talents there, once this news spread out, it would inevitably lead to anger from several of the major holy lands. They would join forces to exert pressure on the blood slaughter steppes, forcing them to punish the Polaris Tower Master. After all of them had descendants who had gone to the blood slaughter steppes to gain experience. How could they remain calm with such a Tower Master controlling a sky-split tower? Not to mention, the Polaris Tower Master was also the son of the blood slaughter steppes ruler. Once he inherited his father's position in the future, the consequences would be disastrous. This time Lin Ming had truly pierced through the sky. All of the martial artists realized just how major the consequences of this would be. All of their complexions changed. This Lin Ming doesn't care for his life, he actually dares to confront the Polaris Tower Master like this. Even if this is true, the Polaris Tower Master is bound to kill Lin Ming out of anger. Lin Ming is insane. Now he has even offended the ruler of the entire blood slaughter steppe. At this time, Zhuanyu was standing near Lin Ming. Seeing the Polaris Tower Master reveal a pure killing intent, he subconsciously gulped and retreated several steps back. Although he was arrogant, it was impossible for him to be as arrogant as Lin Ming and openly expose the fact that the Polaris Tower Master planted slave seals in others. This was the same as suicide. Lin Ming must have encountered some hopeless situation within the eternal demon abyss that made him go crazy. As Zhuan Yu thought this, he retreated at an even faster pace. Not too far away, High Lord Black Ash also stepped back, eagerly awaiting the show. In his opinion, Lin Ming had bitten off more than he could chew. Since he dared to challenge the authority of the Polaris Tower Master, he would die here without a grave. The Polaris Tower Master began move forwards, one step at a time, as the field of energy around him became increasingly strong, forcing all the other martial artists to retreat. To dare slander a Tower Master, to dare slander the reputation of my blood slaughter steps, Lin Ming, you have committed a crime worthy of death. Oh, crime worthy of death. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming laughed as he extracted the purple comet spear. In the blood slaughter steps, strength is king. Any crime here will not be adjudicated by you. Good. Very good. After so many years of me not taking action, it seems that everyone has already forgotten my strength, and also the absolute disparity between a Tower Master and a High Lord. Now, I will give you one last chance to fall to your knees and admit your mistakes. I will cut off your arms and let you live, or I will rip you apart. As the Polaris Tower Master spoke, his aura suddenly erupted like a great volcano. All of the surrounding martial artists were swept up by this strength. The weaker ones were forced to step back, their faces paling. It had to be known that all of these martial artists were either High Lords or top Heavenly Demon 7 stars. If they were forced back and shaken by just the Polaris Tower Master's aura, then his true strength could be imagined. As for Lin Ming, he bore the brunt of this aura and directly withstood it. However, his expression was still as calm as before, as if this awesome aura from the Polaris Tower Master was nothing more than a gentle spring breeze. This boy. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a severe light. He had wanted to erupt his complete aura and force Lin Ming to kneel before him, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would withstand it so easily. You want to use your aura to force me to my knees, creating the false pretense that I was admitting fault and then kill me afterwards? How unfortunate, but your aura is just too pitifully weak. Lin Ming sneered and took a sudden step forward. The Heavenly Demon Martial Intense Azura force field erupted. Bang! Since breaking through to Revolving Core, this was the first time that Lin Ming had completely released his Azura force field. A terrifying surge of energy seemed to break through the void, shattering the earth underneath Lin Ming's feet and causing a web of cracks to snake outward. The Polaris Tower Master's aura was directly crushed to nothing by this force field. If the Polaris Tower Master's aura was like a flood of water, then Lin Ming's Azura force field was like a mighty flood of steel, washing away all with overwhelming force, crushing the Polaris Tower Master's aura and directly suppressing him. The Polaris Tower Master's body shook and the ground underneath him cracked apart. As his body visibly trembled, he was nearly forced to step back. What? Seeing this scene, all of the martial artists present were stunned. Lin Ming had actually turned the tables and almost forced the Polaris Tower Master to retreat. How could Lin Ming have such an amazingly strong aura? Although one's aura didn't represent their full strength, it could represent a great deal of it. As the Azura force field became increasingly strong, all of the surrounding martial artists felt a massive pressure envelop them. From their body to their organs to their bones to their soul, from head to toe, this pressure came crashing down upon them. Because of this pressure, all of them felt as if they couldn't breathe, their heartbeats heavy. What was going on? The martial artists present were alarmed, forced to retreat even further. 200 feet away, Zhuan Yu didn't think he would need to retreat again. But, facing Lin Ming's terrifying aura, he felt his blood slowing down in his body. His blood slowing down was manageable, but the crux of this was that he could see from the aura of the two that this fight that was about to break out would be earth-shattering. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist it. Thus, Zhuan Yu had no choice but to draw back even further. At this time, his complexion had become extremely ugly. He found it difficult to imagine that the one who sent out this terrifying aura was that Lin Ming. Hey, Zhuan Yu. How does it feel? I remember that you said you would give Lin Ming a year before challenging him, right? An amused woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, he could see that the one speaking was Lan Xin. She had already retreated 300 feet away and was now looking at Zhuan Yu with her lips forming a bright smile, a sly and elated expression on her face. Zhuan Yu immediately turned the color of a liver. He now knew why Lin Ming hadn't even bothered acknowledging his challenge in the beginning. This was because the gap in their strength was just far too great, so he hadn't even cared for him. Realizing this, Zhuan Yu felt his heart beat with panic, especially after seeing Lan Xin's taunting smile. He wanted to spit out some ruthless curses about her entire family, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Without a doubt, as time passed, the difference between him and Lin Ming would only grow. A contract beast would be nothing against someone like Lin Ming. As Lan Xin saw Zhuan Yu's face like a bitter gourd and his bewildered expression, her heart was incomparably free. Little boy, if you want to be so rampant in front of this aunt just because you got a little pet, then you deserve what you get. Good. Good young fellow. You truly have hidden so many secrets. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a cold light. He never imagined that Lin Ming's aura would actually surpass his own. He could tell that this aura that Lin Ming emitted was actually a force field, but he didn't have a force field of his own. To try to compare with just his own aura, this had caused him to suffer a major loss. What sort of force field is this? Even with my cultivation, being covered by this force field has caused my strength to weaken by a great deal. Just where did Lin Ming obtain this force field from? The killing intent in the Polaris Tower Master's heart became increasingly thick. He could no longer compete with just his aura, it was time to fight. This boy absolutely cannot be allowed to live, otherwise he will become the greatest threat the Bloodslaughter Steppes has ever seen. 184 War Emperor is already more than enough. If another one were to appear, then the consequences would be inconceivable. The Polaris Tower Master's mind flashed with this thought. Then, demon essence erupted from his entire body. With a shout, he rushed forwards like a savage tiger, his fist smashing out at Lin Ming. A fist. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. He knew that the Polaris Tower Master's favored weapon was the Great Sword. Without moving, Lin Ming faced the Polaris Tower Master. With a thought, the heretical god force completely opened, and 90% of the 8 inner hidden gate strength was brought forth. Lin Ming's fist came pounding out, body tearing, bone shattering fist. Fist to fist. What an utter idiot. The Polaris Tower Master grinned maliciously. Although the weapon he habitually used was the Great Sword, he also excelled at fisticuffs. Little punk, since you want to die so badly, watch my fist break apart your arm first. Thinking of this, the Polaris Tower Master's strength rose even more. Bang! In the instant that the two fists collided, a terrifying airwave broke out. Space trembled, the earth cracked, and several martial artists felt as if they lost hearing in their ears. Peng peng peng. The sound of heavy footsteps rang out. After this one exchange of moves, the Polaris Tower Master was actually forced back again and again. With each step he took back, the earth underneath his feet would explode, rupturing apart. Only after taking 10 steps back did he manage to steady himself, a look of horror dawning on his face. How could his fist be so hard? Chapter 661, Glory of the Battle Spirit. Chapter 661, Glory of the Battle Spirit. The Polaris Tower Master was forced back. In that collision between Lin Ming and the Polaris Tower Master, it was the Polaris Tower Master who was actually forced back. All of the martial artists present were stunned. It was true that Lin Ming's aura was no weaker than the Polaris Tower Master's, but aura didn't represent a martial artist's complete strength, and there was also something strange and tricky about Lin Ming's aura. Moreover, the Polaris Tower Master's accumulated fame and strength were too great. It was hard for anyone to imagine that a heroic youth could be stronger than him. But now, in a single exchange of blows, Lin Ming had only been a little shaken, but the Polaris Tower Master was actually forced back 10 whole steps. Although the Polaris Tower Master wasn't injured, his blood still tumbled and he had eaten no small loss. At this point, The Polaris Tower Master's complexion was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ming was only using some sort of special force field to suppress his aura, but his strength wasn't too special. He didn't use his sword for his first attack because with his status as a Tower Master, having to go all out to deal with a junior was a bit shameful. Even if he won in the end, people would still criticize him. In fact, although the Polaris Tower Master's weapon of choice was a great sword, his fist skills were still extremely powerful. The reason he fought with his fist was because he wanted to use Lin Ming to demonstrate his power and authority. But he never thought that if he didn't use his sword, Lin Ming also wouldn't use his spear and would fight with fists instead. Fist against fist, the Polaris Tower Master was confident that he could break Lin Ming's arm. But, after their fists collided, the Polaris Tower Master discovered that what he hit clearly wasn't a fist but an iron hammer instead. Not only was Lin Ming's fist terrifyingly adamantine, but there was also a strange power of vibration within it, nearly causing his own arm to be broken. This boy, was he really human? Although he guessed that Lin Ming must have practiced some sort of body transformation technique, it was impossible for the human body to be tempered to this degree. This was a durability that was comparable to a treasure. Not even the giant demons or Goliaths, races well known for their formidable bodies, would be able to hold a candle to him. Just where had this abnormally monstrous freak come from? The Polaris Tower Master was enraged. He suddenly pulled out a heavy sword from his spatial ring and pointed it straight at Lin Ming. Who? A blazing black flame ignited atop the Polaris Tower Master's great sword, the aura overwhelming. Medium-grade heaven-step treasure. All of the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. 4 heaven-step treasures. There were enormous differences between every rank. Within Skysplit Tower, because the High Lords overflowed with far too much wealth, it was common to see them with heaven-step treasures. But, these were mostly the lowest of heaven-step treasures. As for medium-grade heaven-step treasures, only very few people had seen them before. No, that's not a medium-grade heaven-step treasure but a peak low-grade heaven-step treasure. It's only a step away from becoming a medium-grade heaven-step treasure. Everyone looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring. The purple comet spear was originally crafted from top materials. But, those were considered top materials only relative to a 4th-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island. Moreover, the one who forged the purple comet spear was Ancestor Kai Yang, who was only a middle revolving core powerhouse. Thus, the purple comet spear within Lin Ming's hand was only a peak high-grade Earth-step treasure. Lin Ming's spear is only a high-grade Earth-step treasure. As everyone saw Lin Ming's spear, they were surprised before shaking their heads in disappointment. In fact, as an early revolving core powerhouse, it was already excellent that he had a high-grade Earth-step treasure weapon. But, placed within the blood slaughter steppes where resources were immeasurably plentiful, and also placed within this group of High Lords and Holy Land descendants, this high-grade Earth-step treasure appeared rather shabby instead. When compared to the Polaris Tower Master's great sword, it especially paled. There was a difference of a large boundary between the two. With a mere high-grade Earth-step treasure to resist a medium-grade heaven-step treasure, how could he even defend against it? The difference is too great. Even if Lin Ming is strong, he will suffer too much because of the difference in their treasures. There is no way he'll be able to fight. The use of a treasure did not lie mainly in its ability to increase a martial artist's combat strength, but rather the degree of its own hardness. If an inferior treasure were to hit a top-ranked treasure, it was possible for the lesser one to break in half. Even Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and Fengshen were feeling nervous for Lin Ming. Haha. Lin Ming, you want to use that trash spear to face my heaven-opening sword, you are really asking to die. The Polaris Tower Master wickedly grinned as he looked at the purple comet spear in Lin Ming's hand, his voice filled with contempt and ridicule. At the start, the Polaris Tower Master had wanted to win in a beautiful and awesome manner so that he could establish his authority in front of everyone. But now, after that brief period of fighting, he had changed his mind. Lin Ming's power had already exceeded his every expectation. As long as he could win, then he would be satisfied. Who lives and who dies, we will know after this battle. After speaking, Lin Ming's aura began to rise. Underneath his feet, The land began to rupture from his increasingly sharp aura. Humph. Your end is imminent, and yet you remain such a flippant piece of garbage. Lin Ming, you dared to slander me, you dared to slander the Bloodslaughter Steps, and for this, I shall take your dog life now. The Polaris Tower Master gave a loud shot and stepped forwards, the land breaking beneath his feet. His body turned into a stream of light that shot towards Lin Ming, the great sword in his hand cutting down like the peak of a mountain. This sword was actually aimed towards Lin Ming's purple comet spear. He wanted to cut apart Lin Ming's purple comet spear. As long as he succeeded, it was the same as chopping off a tiger's fangs. Lin Ming's combat strength would drop to the floor. As the surrounding martial artists saw this, they all thought in their heart that the Polaris Tower Master's methods weren't honorable. But, in a struggle of life and death, the winner was king and the loser was the villain. As for what method was used, none of that was important. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The heretical god force opened to the extreme, the 8 inner hidden gates erupted, and the complete battle spirit was fused into the purple comet spear. A battle spirit was invisible and intangible, but it could be attached to any treasure, turning it into an incomparably sharp killing weapon. A trivial withered leaf with a battle spirit attached to it could cut apart a treasure. Lin Ming poured his battle spirit into the purple comet spear, and thus, the originally insufficient quality purple comet spear began to shine with a shimmering greenish-yellow light. This was the glory of a bronze battle spirit. Clang! The Polaris Tower Master's heavy sword smashed into the purple comet spear, pressing down on it like a great mountain. The earth underneath Lin Ming's feet exploded and the purple comet spear fiercely bent, but this strike was actually abruptly kept off by Lin Ming. What? The Polaris Tower Master was shocked. He never thought that his all-out strike, combined with a peak low-grade Heaven-step heaven-opening sword, would actually not be able to break apart a high-grade Earth-step treasure spear. The Polaris Tower Master was naturally a greatly experienced genius of his generation. An idea suddenly rose in his heart. Could this greenish-grey light be a battle spirit? Impossible. This was impossible. Not only was the Polaris Tower Master shocked, but all the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded as they saw that the purple comet spear didn't break. However, in that split second, no one had time to think about what just happened. There was only a whistling sound, and then because of the heavy pressure, the curved purple comet spear suddenly snapped back like a whip, shooting straight towards the cheek of the Polaris Tower Master. The Polaris Tower Master could no longer afford to think about just what that greenish-grey light was on the spear. He pulled back his heaven-opening sword and quickly drew away. But even so, the power of thunder still snuck into his body like the strike of a viper. Kai kai kai. The Polaris Tower Master felt half of his body instantly paralyzed. That power of thunder also had Lin Ming's battle spirit attached to it. Just that tiny wisp of battle spirit caused the originally insufficiently ranked Thunder Soul to become incomparably dangerous. The Polaris Tower Master wretchedly coughed. But at this moment, Lin Ming had already taken a step forwards. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and all space seemed to lose meaning underneath his steps. It was as if Lin Ming had directly teleported in front of the Polaris Tower Master, the spear in his hand already thrusting down. The Polaris Tower Master fiercely bit down on his tongue, forcefully awakening himself with pain. He raised the heaven-opening sword in his hand and slashed towards Lin Ming. He was trying to use a purely offensive strike to force Lin Ming to retreat. But in this moment, the flow of time seemed to slow down around the Polaris Tower Master. His sword seemed stuck in a bog even as Lin Ming's spear shot out like a blazing meteor, its speed reaching the extreme concept of time. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes turned bloodshot. Under the threat of death, he erupted with 120% of his potential, emitting a terrifying energy and using it to directly burst out of the time cage. At the moment that Lin Ming's spear thrust down, he moved completely contrary to the laws of physics, forcing that spear that would have struck his heart to stab into his left shoulder instead. With the infusion of battle spirit, Lin Ming's spear cut through the Polaris Tower Master's protective demon essence like it was tofu, stabbing his shoulder and penetrating straight through. Blood shot out. Lin Ming's spear had broken the Polaris Tower Master's clavicle. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with the light of insanity. He used his muscles to firmly clamp down on the purple comet spear and then slashed his sword towards Lin Ming's neck. He wanted to use this opportunity with the purple comet spear stuck in his body to cut off Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming only coldly sneered. True essence erupted from the purple comet spear. Each wisp of true essence had a touch of battle spirit fused with it, shooting out like a pack of steel needles. The Polaris Tower Master's meridians and muscles in his left shoulder had become a twisted mess. As a result, the strength of the muscles imprisoning his spear no longer existed. Lin Ming's figure dodged backwards, easily escaping the Polaris Tower Master's sword and leaving a massive gaping wound in the Polaris Tower Master's left shoulder. Blood flowed like a river, the meat there ground into a blur. This was the terror of a battle spirit. Its name as the strongest attack wasn't just from its unmatched sharpness, but also its terrifying destructive power. The Polaris Tower Master fell down, staggering backwards several steps as he used his great sword to support himself, only then being able to come to a standstill. As the martial artists present saw this, all of them were shocked speechless. They had thought that Lin Ming's strength might be above that of the Polaris Tower Master, but the quality of his treasure weapon was simply too inferior. Overall, he was at a disadvantage. They never imagined that after several exchanges of moves, the Polaris Tower Master would be the one who was severely wounded. Lin Ming had simply used an overwhelming strength to completely suppress the Polaris Tower Master without giving him the chance to resist. At this time, Zhuan Yu's lips were shivering. He realized now that the difference between him and Lin Ming was a great boundary, like a Xiantian martial artist compared to a revolving core martial artist, or a revolving core martial artist compared to a life destruction master. How ridiculous that he had challenged Lin Ming to a battle a year from now. He really didn't know what it meant to die. Great Axe, help me. The Polaris Tower Master clutched his shoulder and pleaded to the Great Axe Tower Master for help. The Great Axe Tower Master gulped, his heart bitter. He certainly knew the true identity of the Polaris Tower Master. If he watched on helplessly as the Polaris Tower Master died in front of him, then the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes would never forgive him. Chapter 662, Sentence You to Death. Chapter 662, Sentence You to Death. At this time, the Great Axe Tower Master had fallen into a dilemma. Even if he joined together with the Polaris Tower Master to deal with Lin Ming, that didn't mean they would necessarily be able to win. But, if he didn't save him from death, then the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes would shift the blame for his child's death onto him. At that time, him being killed wouldn't be strange. As the Great Axe Tower Master hesitated, how could Lin Ming give the Polaris Tower Master a chance to catch his breath? Lin Ming stepped forwards and once again seemed to teleport in front of the Polaris Tower Master, his spear thrusting towards his heart. Bang! The Polaris Tower Master drew back, injured once more. Before, he didn't understand Lin Ming's concept of time, but now he was finally prepared for it, so the loss he suffered was less. But, he was still injured. If this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later. Lin Ming, I am the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler. If you kill me now, then that's the same as dying with me. The Polaris Tower Master frantically shouted like a madman. After being beaten up so miserably by Lin Ming, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. What? The son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler? Most of the martial artists present didn't know the identity of the Polaris Tower Master. Hearing him suddenly say this left everyone shocked. The ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes was the only 12-winged heavenly demon in the entire Blood Slaughter Steppes. It was said that his cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor level. The Polaris Tower Master was actually the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler? This news was inexplicably shocking to everyone. But, Lin Ming didn't seem to care about this. Who cared if he was the son of the Steppes Master? He would still die the same. Spear after spear stabbed towards the Polaris Tower Master's fatal points. Lin Ming was determined to kill the Polaris Tower Master. Facing Lin Ming's storm of attacks, the Polaris Tower Master had no choice but to use his clan's secret technique. Lin Ming, you're the one who forced me. I will bet 100 years of my cultivation to die with you. The Polaris Tower Master bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of brilliant blood. On top of the heaven-opening sword, a blazing red flame ignited. Heaven-shattering strike. A sword cut out. The blood vessels on the Polaris Tower Master's arms ruptured, the void trembled, and the earth began to tear open, creating 10-foot-wide fissures everywhere. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Above the purple comet spear, thunder and fire wove together. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! In a fierce collision, all of the energy within a few hundred feet of the two was blown away into a raging vacuum. The Polaris Tower Master was sent flying backwards, and Lin Ming was also swept backwards by the aftermath of the attack. As he was forced back, a strange energy snuck into his right arm like a serpent. The purple comet spear was still a treasure that was an entire boundary of quality lower than the heaven-opening sword. Since Lin Ming had to separate a portion of his battle spirit to protect the purple comet spear, he wasn't able to display its greatest striking power. Kai! The clothes on Lin Ming's arm suddenly burst apart. His body flew backwards, the blood within him tumbling. As for the Polaris Tower Master, he was in an even more miserable state. He crashed into the earth, collapsing the ground beneath him and causing dust and smoke to fly up everywhere. Feeling the purple comet spear tremble in his hands, Lin Ming frowned. With such an intense impact, it was truly somewhat difficult for the purple comet spear to withstand it. And just at this time, Lin Ming could only hear a sword wind rushing at his side. He turned around and saw that 100 feet away, High Lord Bloodfire had grasped a thick broadsword and was rushing towards him. Seeing this, Lin Ming shook his head. High Lord Bloodfire was controlled by the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal. He was beyond all medicine or hope. The only chance he had was if the Polaris Tower Master died. However, High Lord Bloodfire was his most loyal servant, so how could he allow something like that to happen? Lin Ming's spear potential revolved, true essence erupted. The battle spirit fused into the purple comet spear. Brilliant flames twisted on the spear shaft as thick arcs of purple electricity sizzled atop it, blinding all of the martial artists present. Chasing thunder. Lin Ming had poured his battle spirit into this spear as well as fusing the concept of space and time within it. Lin Ming believed that even if High Lord Bloodfire didn't die, he would still be grievously wounded. However, he didn't expect that High Lord Bloodfire would continue rushing directly towards Lin Ming's purple comet spear with no intention of dodging. Puff! The purple comet spear easily penetrated through High Lord Bloodfire. But at this time, a demented light flashed on High Lord Bloodfire's face. He actually rushed towards Lin Ming even as the long spear passed through his body, stretching out his arms to claw towards Lin Ming. Both of High Lord Bloodfire's arms held onto Lin Ming's shoulders, his eyes a bright blood red. Die with me. High Lord Bloodfire erupted with all of his strength. He wanted to hold down Lin Ming so that the Polaris Tower Master could strike through both of them. You are truly hopeless. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a killing intent. Raising his arms, the strength within his body rocketed into the sky. With a peng 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 sound, a bloody fog erupted from High Lord Bloodfire's body. Well done, Bloodfire. The Polaris Tower Master gave a loud shout and slashed out with his sword. From his posture, it was apparent he wanted to cut apart Lin Ming along with High Lord Bloodfire. What a wretched slave. With Lin Ming held down by High Lord Bloodfire, he wasn't able to move for a short period of time. Seeing the Polaris Tower Master's sword cut down at him, Lin Ming's expression didn't change at all. His feet stepped atop golden rock, shattering the void, and the space around him suddenly distorted. When he was in the king's cage, Lin Ming had been able to break through the space cage using the concept of space, much less something like High Lord Bloodfire's hands. Space distorted, and High Lord Bloodfire suddenly found himself grasping onto nothing at all. But at this time, the Polaris Tower Master's sword was already cutting downward. Puff! A sword cut through him from head to toe. High Lord Bloodfire was directly split in half. Blood showered down like a heavy rain. As for Lin Ming, he came floating down 200 feet away, not even a single hair on his head harmed. All of the martial artists were shocked. They had only seen the light around Lin Ming twist a bit, and then he had used some unknown method to break out of High Lord Bloodfire's hold, instantly flickering 200 feet away. What a magnificent display of the concept of space. Duanmu Kun sighed with emotion. He also had many understandings into the concept of space, but it was impossible for him to achieve Lin Ming's degree. Damn. After mistakenly killing his own slave, the Polaris Tower Master was in an extremely poor mood. He began to become increasingly aware that he might really die here today. But at this moment, from High Lord Bloodfire's corpse, a pure infernal energy began to leak out. Half of this infernal energy dissipated, and the other half split in half again, one part flying to Lin Ming and the other part flying to the Polaris Tower Master. High Lord Bloodfire had died under the hands of both Lin Ming and the Polaris Tower Master, thus the infernal energy had gone to the both of them. Lin Ming had attacked first, so he absorbed more infernal energy. The two blobs of infernal energy separately flew to the two. With a loud roar, the phantom of a 10-winged heavenly demon appeared behind them, directly swallowing the infernal energy. Seeing this, all of the martial artists present were shocked. The phantom of the 10-winged heavenly demon that appeared behind Lin Ming was in no way smaller than the Polaris Tower Masters. The 10's wings were completely clear, and the 6th pair of wings was also in the process of forming. This was actually the peak of 10 wings. Heavens! When did Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo achieve the peak of 10 wings? All of the martial artists present were shaken to their core as an inexplicable chill crawled up their spines. A 12-winged heavenly demon was the ultimate taboo existence of the blood slaughter steppes. Lin Ming was already at the peak of 10 wings. Could he be planning on becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon? Did he want to take the entirety of the blood slaughter steppes as his enemy? How audacious! How bold! Zhuan Yu and High Lord Black Ash had gone completely pale. They finally knew just how crazy Lin Ming was. Compared to this madman, they were simply little children monkeying around. Even Great Axe's expression changed. If Lin Ming killed the Polaris Tower Master, would that be enough for him to become a 12-winged heavenly demon? If that happened, then the ruler of the blood slaughter steppes would inevitably vent all of his rage onto him. At this moment, there was a sound of distant wind and rustling clothes. Everyone turned around to look, seeing a black-robed old man walk in with the wind. This old man was the host of this trip into the eternal demon abyss. Elder Xiao, save me. As the Polaris Tower Master saw this black-robed elder appear, his face lit up with joy. In his darkest moment, he had found a final straw to grasp, fervently calling out for help. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. This old man. He remembered that this old fellow was a supervisory envoy of Blood Slaughter Divine Temple. He was solely responsible for the opening of the eternal demon abyss. He had once said that if anyone's heavenly demon tattoo had gone beyond the middle 10-winged heavenly demon stage, then he would personally disperse some of their infernal energy. Another enemy had appeared. Lin Ming gently stroked his spear, his expression calm even as his eyes shined with a blazing killing intent. Lin Ming. As the black-robed elder caught up, he arrived just in time to see the 10-winged heavenly demon phantom disappear back into Lin Ming's body. You've secretly condensed your heavenly demon tattoo to the peak of 10 wings. How many High Lords have you killed during this trip to the eternal demon abyss? Now you have even attacked your superior and committed the crime of killing a High Lord. Could it be that you want to plunder the infernal energy of the Polaris Tower Master and become a 12-winged heavenly demon, becoming mortal enemies with the entire blood slaughter steppe? You've simultaneously committed the crimes of fomenting rebellion, murdering a High Lord, and reckless killing. With these 3 crimes side by side, I hereby sentence you to death. As the black-robed elder spoke, he extracted a lance from his spatial ring and pointed it straight at Lin Ming. Sentence me to death. Ha ha ha, Lin Ming chuckled. If you want to kill me, then why spout so much crap? What the Polaris Tower Master has done to me, everyone here is well aware. Good. Since you want to play so badly, then you're welcome to join in on the fun. My heavenly demon tattoo just reached the peak of 10 wings. Even if I kill the Polaris Tower Master, it won't be enough for me to reach 12 wings. But, with your pathetic old bones added to the mix, it might just be enough. What a brave young fellow. You've already reached the end of the line, yet you remain so blithely arrogant. Great Axe. The black-robed old man suddenly called out to the Great Axe Tower Master. The Great Axe Tower Master looked extremely distressed. He had originally been waiting for the Polaris Tower Master to be killed by Lin Ming, and then he had planning on fleeing the blood slaughter steps to avoid the wrath of the Steps Master. But he never thought that at this critical moment, Elder Xiao would suddenly arrive. Now it was impossible for him to hide any further. But then again, if the three of them joined forces, killing Lin Ming might not be too difficult. On the other hand, if he didn't help and Lin Ming killed the other two and still couldn't condense his 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then Lin Ming might even turn his spear onto him. Thinking of this, Great Axe stepped forwards and stood beside the black-robed old man, extracting a double-headed axe from his spatial ring. Three great masters simultaneously faced Lin Ming. The martial artists present felt their throats twitch. 2 tower masters and a supervisor of the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple. Any one of them was a remarkable and mind-blowing character within the Blood Slaughter steps. Now, all three of them had joined force to deal with a mere junior. 3 against 1? Lin Ming looked at the black-robed elder and his lips curved up in a taunting smile. I thought you were quite powerful and would be able to handle me alone. But it appears that you're actually mediocre. Humph, you don't have to try stirring me up. From ancient times, the winner has always been the hero and the loser becomes the villain. There is no shame in using your complete strength. Now, Lin Ming, prepare to die. The black-robed elder remained unmoved. Within the eternal demon abyss, it was impossible for them to reach the outside world. They could only depend on the manpower available here to kill Lin Ming. By attacking together, their chances of killing him were that much higher. Chapter 663, Heaven Step White Spear. Chapter 663, Heaven Step White Spear. This damn old fox. Lin Ming knit his eyebrows together. With his current strength, having to simultaneously deal with Elder Xiao, the Great Axe Tower Master, and the severely wounded Polaris Tower Master would be somewhat difficult. The strength of these two new challengers might be no less than that of the Polaris Tower Master. When Lin Ming had faced the Polaris Tower Master, he had continuously attacked him several times in a row. Although he had managed to beat him into the ground, he still hadn't been able to kill him. Now, with 3 of them together and mutually supporting each other, wanting to kill any one of them would be much more difficult. Moreover, this Elder Xiao seemed to be very cautious. If Lin Ming wanted to defeat him, he would have to expend himself. Great Axe. We'll attack him from both sides, Elder Xiao said with a true essence sound transmission. Great Axe didn't want to be sucked into this mess, but now there was no turning back for him. Together, they both rushed towards Lin Ming in a pincer position. Holding a double-headed axe, the Great Axe Tower Master's attack seemed truly epic. As for Elder Xiao, with the lance in his hands, his strike appeared incomparably sharp. The weapons in both of their hands were equally heaven-step treasures, but the purple comet spear within Lin Ming's hands was only an earth-step treasure. Facing the violent impact about to occur, it would be far too difficult to use his high-grade earth-step purple comet spear to block both attack. A great portion of his battle spirit needed to be branched out in order to stabilize the purple comet spear, so the part he could use for attacking was naturally lessened. This caused Lin Ming to not dare to recklessly face these two in a melee clash, otherwise he would inevitably be injured. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void as space twisted beneath him. In the next moment he had actually dashed through the gap between Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master's attacks, directly rushing towards the Polaris Tower Master. To wound 10 enemies was far inferior to killing off one. Lin Ming's first focus of attack was the Polaris Tower Master. Lin Ming, do you want to die? The Polaris Tower Master was furious. But at this time, he truly had overspent himself. He began to rapidly combust his blood essence as he cut down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming completely ignored this attack, his spear still thrusting towards the Polaris Tower Master's heart. Even if he had to receive a small wound in exchange, he would still desire to kill this man. As Lin Ming was about to kill the Polaris Tower with his spear, he suddenly heard a loud whistling of wind behind him. Elder Xiao was chasing after him with his lance in front. Lin Ming instantly determined that if he killed the Polaris Tower Master, he was bound to be stuck for a moment. At that time, he would definitely be struck hard by Elder Xiao. This damn old man. Lin Ming wildly grit his teeth and slammed his feet into the ground, his body suddenly jumping up from the recoil as he abruptly recovered his spear potential while dodging the Polaris Tower Master's sword. After taking back his spear potential, Lin Ming could feel the blood within his body tumbling madly about, his face flushing red. To a martial artist, having to forcefully withdraw an attack they sent out was similar to a wildly dashing horse suddenly stopping. The energy backlash would impact the blood vitality within their body and might even cause damage to their meridians. Even though Lin Ming's meridians and body were astoundingly formidable, this impact of energy made him feel queasy. Boy, your end is here. Elder Xiao thrust out his lance once again, the lance point chasing after Lin Ming's vital point. Even if Lin Ming could dodge using Golden Rock shattering the void, Elder Xiao had still made an immediate judgment to strike at him again. Although this old fellow wasn't any stronger than the Polaris Tower Master, his combat experience was far richer. Haha, Lin Ming, you will die here today. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes shined as if victory was already within his reach. With his sword cutting down at Lin Ming, and in addition to the Great Axe Tower Master joining in on the assault, the attacks of these three individuals were unblockable with Lin Ming's trivial Earthstep Purple Comet Spear. He simply didn't have the qualifications to meet all three attacks at once. Blocking one attack was possible, but the other two attacks would also fall on him. At that time, 3 Heavenstep treasures would cut down on a single Earthstep treasure. If that happened, he feared that no matter how heaven-defying a battle spirit was, it still wouldn't be able to withstand this. The Purple Comet Spear would break. Golden Rock shattering the void. The power of space underneath Lin Ming's feet twisted again. By virtue of his understanding of the concept of space, Lin Ming once again dodged the combined attacks of the three. But, even though he had successfully dodged the attacks, the currents of demon essence still scraped by him. Although he wasn't injured, this scraping still tore apart the cloth of his lower robe. This sounded alarm bells in Lin Ming's mind. With the concept of space fused into it, Golden Rock shattering the void was indeed an incomparably wonderful movement technique. But, to dodge the attacks of 3 people in a limited space was still extremely difficult. Lin Ming could decide not to fight and escape deep into the eternal demon abyss instead. If this happened, then there wasn't anyone here that could stop him. But the eternal demon abyss would be sealed off in another half-month and the only exit was here. There was another exit on the other side of the eternal demon abyss, but that was over 10,000 miles away. Although it was only 10,000 miles away, the truth was that it was impossible to cross through the center of the eternal demon abyss. The truth distance to the other side was 20,000 to 30,000 miles. There were also a massive number of unknown dangers that existed between here and there. Wanting to cross this distance in a mere half-month was simply impossible. Lin Ming, your concept of space is indeed exquisite, but, Elder Xiao suddenly sneered, thrusting his lance through the void. Lin Ming didn't know what Elder Xiao was trying to do, but after he understood, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Every time Elder Xiao thrust out with his lance, a black energy would fuse into space. Elder Xiao only had a minor understanding into the concept of space. To have him shrink the space between his feet and keep up with Lin Ming's strange movement techniques was naturally impossible. But, he was actually able to fuse a portion of his striking energy into space, making it so that the power of space here became increasingly chaotic. In this situation, although Lin Ming was still able to use the power of space to display his elusive and fleeting movement technique, it would become much more difficult. And having to dodge the combined attacks of the three also became that much harder. If Lin Ming's speed were to slow down and he were to make even the tiniest mistake, he would be injured. If he was injured at this time, then his fate could be imagined. This damned old man. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a brilliant killing intent. The elderly were truly tricky. Although this Elder Xiao wasn't any stronger than the Polaris Tower Master, ever since he joined this fight, Lin Ming had been constantly suppressed from multiple angles. The power of space became increasingly chaotic. And, because the Purple Comet Spear's quality was limited, Lin Ming couldn't engage in a melee with these three. If this continued on, Then he would reach a point where he wouldn't be able to withstand this any longer, and then he would have to escape into the eternal demon abyss. With Demon Shine beside him, Lin Ming was confident he would be able to stay within the eternal demon abyss for 10 years until the next time it opened. But, even if he could survive down here for 10 years, he was still far too worried about the events happening in the Skyspill continent. 10 years from now, who knew what would change? Perhaps the South Sea War would have already ended. He had to leave now. But to leave, he had to defeat these three. Lin Ming frowned. He had been caught in a dead end. As Lin Ming was fiercely battling against three others, he didn't know that in a distant corner of the battlefield, two martial artists were secretly talking to each other with a true essence sound transmission. High Lord White Demon, a fist-sized Earthstep demon godbone is already enough to exchange for several Heavenstep treasures. I will trade you too. Although that Heavenstep spear in your hands is good, it absolutely isn't worthy of an Earthstep demon godbone. The one speaking was Duanmu Kun. He had long noticed that Lin Ming was being suppressed because of the quality of his weapon. Now, he wanted to give Lin Ming a new one. Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and Feng Shen all used swords. They didn't have a Heavenstep treasure spear in their spatial rings. Thus, Duanmu Kun thought of purchasing one from another High Lord. To trade two fist-sized Earthstep demon godbones for a low-grade Heavenstep treasure spear was the same as having a massive amount of money drop down from the heavens. By all reasoning, no one would ever reject this offer. However, High Lord White Demon seemed a bit pained with embarrassment. Brother Duanmu, I know what you're trying to say, but even if Lin Ming received my spear he still might not be able to win. If he loses, then those two great tower masters and supervisor will be furious at me. How would I still continue living? Duanmu Kun was very understanding of High Lord White Demon's thoughts. He said, I will deliver the spear, the risk to you is not too large. In addition, as long as you leave the blood slaughter steps, I guarantee you will receive sanctuary under my divine wood holy land. High Lord White Demon, without taking risk, you will never break through to the Emperor level. Where has there ever been such a good deal in this world? Okay, how about this? 3 Earthstep demon god bones, all of them the size of a fist. That is our final offer, because of the 3 of us, that is the totality of the resources we obtained in the eternal demon abyss. The reason that Duanmu Kun had offered 2 demon god bones at the start was so that he could have some bargaining room with High Lord White Demon. It was try to take advantage of others' urgent needs, no matter how tempting the conditions were from the start. So, rather than first putting out the best offer, it was better to slowly toss in the chips until they couldn't be refused. And sure enough, High Lord White Demon was shaken. 3 Earthstep demon godbones could greatly shorten the time it took from him to break through from a 4-star demon king to a quasi-emperor. If he could continue like that, then he really would one day reach the emperor level. Truly, there were no riches in this world without danger. If a massive meat pie fell down from the sky and he didn't eat it because he feared it was poisonous, then that was the same as him giving up on ever becoming a true emperor. Gritting his teeth, High Lord White Demon calmly handed over a spatial ring to Duanmu Kun. The spear is inside. I've already erased my soul mark. Do with it as you will. Great. Duanmu Kun didn't waste time and directly passed a spatial ring containing the 3 Earthstep demon god bones to High Lord White Demon. At the same time, his figure flashed and he appeared at the edge of the battlefield, extracting a white spear from the spatial ring. This was also partly the reason why High Lord White Demon was originally unwilling to hand over this spear. This spear was far too blatantly garish and easily recognizable. Brother Lin, take this spear. Whoosh. Duanmu Kun threw out the spear. At this time, Lin Ming was facing the dual attacks of the Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Xiao. He was indeed facing a crisis. The power of space around him was becoming increasingly chaotic, and it was becoming much more difficult to use the concept of space effectively. But at this moment, as Lin Ming saw a long spear shooting towards him, his eyes lit up. Not good. As Lin Ming saw this white long spear, the Great Axe Tower Master, Elder Xiao, and the Polaris Tower Master also saw this spear. The Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Xiao were attacking, so they were unable to intercept this spear. Only the Polaris Master was able to rush towards this white spear. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming erupted with true essence. The heretical god force revolved to its limits, forcefully distorting the chaotic power of space. Once again, he shrunk the space under his feet and avoided the attacks of the Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Xiao, seeming as if he teleported in front of the white long spear. Chapter 664. The Tide Turns. Chapter 664. The Tide Turns. Lin Ming, go and die. As the Polaris Tower Master saw Lin Ming rushing towards that heaven-step white spear, he knew that it was impossible to catch up to him with his speed. So, wielding his great sword, he slashed out at Lin Ming, wanting to force him back instead. However, Lin Ming completely ignored the Polaris Tower Master's attack. His eyes flashed with a thick killing intent as he grabbed onto the spear shaft with a heavy clapping sound. At this time, the Polaris Tower Master's attack was less than 10 feet away from Lin Ming. The one who will die is you. The energy within Lin Ming's body erupted like a colossal volcano. Holding onto that white spear, he suddenly turned around and thrust it out. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! A keen spear light tore apart the Polaris Tower Master's sword light as if it were made of paper. At this time, Lin Ming no longer needed to use the power of his battle spirit to reinforce his spear. The strength of his battle spirit was completely freed from its shackles. Along the shaft of the spear, the power of thunder and fire twisted together. With the complete increased strength from a bronze-level battle spirit, the prestige of Lin Ming's spear had reached the pinnacle. Before, Lin Ming could only block the Polaris Tower Master's attacks, but now, he completely overwhelmed and swept away those same attacks. A rainbow of light howled out, the void trembled. Ah! The Polaris Tower Master gave out a pitiful cry as his body was swept up by that spear light. He was sent flying back like broken sack, spewing out a mouthful of blood in midair. Young Master. Elder Xiao was enraged. He didn't attack Lin Ming, but instead his figure disappeared as he rushed towards the Polaris Tower Master to catch him. Rapidly stuffing a life-saving pill into the Polaris Tower Master's mouth, Elder Xiao suddenly looked up, his eyes like those of a rabid wolf. Lin Ming. Elder Xiao heatedly glared at Lin Ming before his eyes shifted to Duanmu Kun. And you too, Duanmu Kun. You are asking to die. Duanmu Kun's expression was calm. He coldly said, me? Asking to die? Ha ha. The Polaris Tower Master has been planting slave seals into top talents and controlling them as his own slaves. After so many years, who knows just how many outstanding young elites have died because of him. This matter is something the Holy Land Alliance will absolutely investigate. When that time comes, who dies, who lives, none of that is certain. It might be true that the Polaris Tower Master is the son of the Bloodslaughter Steppes ruler, but as far as I know, the ruler of the Bloodslaughter Steppes probably has over a dozen children. For just a single son, will he be willing to oppose the Holy Land Alliance? The Steppes Master was an emperor-level powerhouse who had lived for over 5,000 years. After so many years, it wasn't strange for him to have several dozen children. Even if the Polaris Tower Master was the most outstanding and talented of all his children, he still wasn't worth such a massive sacrifice. Duanmu Kun, do you think I won't kill you just because you have the Divine Wood Holy Land behind you? Elder Xiao's eyes flashed with a fanatical killing intent. At this time, a crazed idea began to take form in his mind. That was to kill every outsider and silence all witnesses. As for the others, he would force them into a soul contract so that this secret was kept forever. Outwardly, he would claim that the eternal demon abyss had erupted again, causing all the outstanding heroic youths here to die. Without a shadow of a doubt, this would cause an enormous pressure to fall onto the Bloodslaughter Steppes. But, if he were to allow this people to leave, then the consequences of that would be extremely bad. Moreover, he and the Polaris Tower Master might become chess pieces that the Steppes Master would give up. Thinking of this, Elder Xiao's heart burned with an even fiercer killing intent. What? Do you want to fight? Duanmu Kun was extremely intelligent. He could vaguely guess what Elder Xiao was thinking and drew out his sword without hesitation. He was well aware that he was not a match for this old man, but he also believed that Lin Ming wouldn't just sit there and watch him die. As Duanmu Kun glanced over at Lin Ming, he saw Lin Ming's lips really did move, passing on a true essence sound transmission to him. Thank you, Brother Duanmu. I, Lin Ming, will carve this kindness in my heart. I will never forget this for the rest of my life. Lin Ming was a person who believed in the commitments he made. If he made a promise or a pledge, he would inevitably accomplish it. He was aware that Duanmu Kun's actions were all in order to repay him for saving his life earlier. For such a peerless and proud son of heaven like Duanmu Kun, what someone like him would find most reluctant was owing favors to others. Only when he returned the kindness would his thoughts be able to flow smoothly. Of course, Duanmu Kun also did this because he wished to form a better relationship with Lin Ming. To befriend a top master in the prime of their youth and also temper that friendship through the fires of life and death, this sort of friendship would be extremely strong and reliable in the future. Going out, making friends and comrades, knowing masters, all of this would be of great help in the future. Even for someone like Lin Ming who tended towards being a loner, he still liked to make friends. For instance, gaining access to materials, news, and so forth, all of this would be much easier in the future with a friend to help him. But, what Duanmu Kun didn't expect was that at this time, Elder Xiao's face would flash with a ferocious light as he loudly shouted out, "Every High Lord of the Blood Slaughter Steps, obey my orders. Kill Duanmu Kun. If you can kill Duanmu Kun, you will receive 5 jins of low-grade Earthstep Demon Godbones and 3 jins of medium-grade Earthstep Demon Godbones." As Duanmu Kun heard Elder Xiao issue out this comment, his complexion changed. This old man was so insane that he wanted to openly kill him here. Did he not fear offending his divine wood holy land at all? Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind him, Lan Xin and Feng Shen moved to cover his sides, both of them extracting their long swords. Their attitude and meaning was clear. As friends, they would live together or die together. At this time, they also guessed what Elder Xiao was doing. If he was willing to kill Duanmu Kun to silence all the witnesses here, then how could they be let off? It was true that the Holy Land Alliance was powerful, but they were only able to indirectly exert pressure onto the Blood Slaughter Steps. It was impossible for them to directly attack the Blood Slaughter Steps. That strange and mystical power within the Blood Slaughter Steps could kill any powerhouse that was at life destruction or above. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the chances of dying from that curse. Even an emperor-level powerhouse might die if they stepped into the Blood Slaughter Step. Within the entire Holy Demon continent, there were only a handful of emperor-level powerhouses that had the qualifications to safely re-enter the Blood Slaughter Steps. Of these people, besides the Eightfall War Emperor, most of them had gone into seclusion in who knew what heaven-forsaken lands and were nearly impossible to find. Hearing such generous rewards, the High Lords present immediately felt their hearts stir with temptation. It had to be known that of these High Lords, the majority of them didn't have the ability to enter into the Emperor level in the future. But, if they had that much Demon God Bone, that wouldn't necessarily be true. Some of them were already tracing their spatial rings. Duanmu Kun smiled, his face immeasurably cold and decisive. Truly humans die for wealth and birds die for food. So what if you obtain so many Demon God Bones? Is it worth it if you aren't alive to enjoy it? If you kill us, do you not fear the combined retaliation of our 3 holy lands, all of them willing to hunt you down? That is, unless you plan on never leaving the Blood Slaughter Steps in the future. As the High Lords present heard Duanmu Kun's words, many of them began to waver with hesitation. All of them would have to leave the Blood Slaughter Steps after they reached a boundary equivalent to the Life Destruction Realm. If they had to simultaneously face the combined forces of 3 holy lands chasing them down, then there really wasn't any way they could survive that. As Elder Xiao saw these High Lords waffle around, he laughed and said, "Duanmu Kun, you really are skilled at fooling the hearts of others. Do you think you are that important? Outside of here, we will say that you died because the eternal demon abyss erupted. Even if your divine wood holy land tries to pressure my Blood Slaughter Steps, all we will have to do is pay some compensation for their losses. You said that the steppes ruler has many sons, but your divine wood holy land has even more talents. You are the most outstanding junior of the last 100 years, but that is only 100 years. To the divine wood holy land that has existed for 10,000 years, what do you think 100 years is to them? There have been many 100-year peerless talents that have died the same within the bloodslaughter steppe. As long as there is enough interest in both parties, any conflict can be resolved. Do you really think that for a mere your divine would holy land would actually completely break off from the bloodslaughter steppes? Do not forget, this land is the best trial by fire for raising the new generation of geniuses. Not only was Elder Xiao rich in combat experience, but he was an eloquent individual who was skilled at speaking. With just a few superficial moves, the winds were behind him and all the High Lords believed he was right. And right he was. The bloodslaughter steppes had to fear and give face to the divine would holy land, but the divine would holy land also had to do the same in return. Otherwise, they would never be able to send their outstanding heroic youths there again. For these two forces, as long as the issue wasn't too great, it could be resolved in secret with appropriate compensation. If they both fought, then it would simply be a lose-lose situation. Finally, over 20 High Lords began to move. High Lord Black Ash was also amongst these 20-some High Lords. He malevolently smiled as he said, "Sorry, Brother Duanmu. Even if I don't kill you, others will. Why give advantages to others when I can take them myself? Please understand." Seeing the situation deteriorate in front of him, it wasn't just Duanmu Kun who was grimacing. Even Zhuan Yu, who wasn't involved in any of this, began to nervously sweat. He too was a Holy Land descendant. Although he wasn't a Fae, it was still possible they would kill him in order to eliminate another potential witnesses. What do we do? Lan Xin was a bit panicked. Although she was a Holy Land descendant, she had never been in this sort of situation before. Facing this sort of crucial moment, she was at a bit of a loss. There were only 3 of them. Against the many High Lords in front of them, there was simply no path to survival. Kill! High Lord Black Ash shouted out. He was about to rush at Lan Xin, when at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly moved. He raised the white spear in his hands and stabbed it towards the Polaris Tower Master. At this time, the Polaris Tower Master had basically lost all of his combat strength, hanging on to life simply because of the pills that were sustaining him. Now, it was impossible for him to block Lin Ming's attack. Elder Xiao's eyes glinted with a cold light. "You dare." He placed his lance horizontally, protecting the Polaris Tower Master. But at this moment, Lin Ming sneered. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and his figure instantly vanished. In the next instant, he appeared several hundred feet away. The location he had appeared at was actually within those 20-some High Lords, right behind High Lord Black Ash. Without a further word, Lin Ming thrust out his spear. In terms of his elusive ability to appear anywhere like a fading ghost, no one could rival Lin Ming. Puff! Ooh! High Lord Black Ash only felt his chest go cold. Looking down, he froze as he saw a white, blood-stained spear stretching out from his chest. The spear lifted up. High Lord Black Ash's originally diminutive body was lifted up on the shaft. As he was stuck on the spear, he looked no different from a frog on a skewer. High Lord Black Ash's face flashed with a thick and pure unwilling despair. He grabbed the spear shaft, wanting to turn around. However, as an imp martial artist, his neck was too short so he couldn't turn much. Go die! The power of a battle spirit erupted. High Lord Black Ash suddenly shook as all his organs were twisted into goo. Lin Ming withdrew his white spear, the front wet with blood. His entire body blazed with an overwhelming killing intent. At this time, he stood within the many High Lords. All of the High Lords felt a chill crawl up their backs as their courage began fading away. A wisp of pure infernal energy left High Lord Black Ash's body and was sucked up into Lin Ming's. As Elder Xiao saw this, he immediately paled. This was disastrous. He realized that Lin Ming wanted to use these ordinary High Lords as his blood sacrifice, becoming a true 12-winged heavenly demon. Chapter 665, Achieving 12 Wings. Chapter 665, Achieving 12 Wings. After becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, a person would obtain heavenly demon martial intent and become the ultimate taboo existence within the bloodslaughter steppes. The bloodslaughter steppes' true fear was not the Holy Land Alliance, but an emperor-level powerhouse like the 8-4 War Emperor who had also managed to obtain a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. There didn't need to be many of such individuals. As long as 3 or 4 such existences simultaneously attacked the blood slaughter steps, the steps master would suffer defeat. All High Lords heed my order. Everyone attack Lin Ming together. Although he is strong, he cannot stand a barrage of your martial skills, Elder Xiao crazily shouted. It was true that Lin Ming was strong, but this had mainly manifested in his striking power. In just the aspect of striking power, Lin Ming even surpassed an ordinary second-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Any defense would be pierced and pulverize. But in terms of defensive power, no matter how fierce Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to stand there and take attacks from a High Lord powerhouse, much less a barrage of them. All of the surrounding High Lords began to move, taking out their weapons and attacking Lin Ming. But, how could they possibly compare to Lin Ming in speed? Cha. The Heaven Step treasure spear was like a pure white dragon swimming through the vast sea. Wherever it went, blood would follow. Lin Ming indeed couldn't block a volley of attacks from the High Lords. Even if just 5 or 6 martial artists attacked him at the same time, he probably wouldn't be able to block that either. But, by depending on Golden Rock shattering the void, his movement skill that allowed him to weave through the battlefield like ghosts and gods, how could anyone think of successfully hitting him? As he flitted between the 20-some High Lords, Lin Ming's attacks were like vorpal death sentences. The white spear was fused with billowing flames and arcs of electricity. Each and every attack had the power of a bronze-level battle spirit poured into it. Seeing Lin Ming rush towards him, a High Lord swung his heavy sword at Lin Ming, wanting to fend off this attack. But Lin Ming completely ignored his attack and continued thrusting his spear. In that instant, Lin Ming's spear passed through the High Lord's sword light and then struck the heavy sword with a metallic ring. Then, an inconceivable scene occurred that made everyone tremble. The great sword, which was also a Heaven Step treasure, actually had its thick blade pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The long spear penetrated through the heavy sword and stabbed into the High Lord's throat, taking his life with a single spear strike. Such a sharp spear light caused all of the martial artists present to pale, sweat dripping down their backs. Everyone knew that the white spear was a low-grade Heaven Step treasure. But, in Lin Ming's hand, this spear had reached a degree of sharpness that no one could block. Facing this sort of demon, just who would dare to fight him? The dozen-some remaining High Lords were pale as they turned around to run. However, Lin Ming did not intend to let a single one of them escape. The space underneath his feet suddenly shrank as he seemed to teleport directly behind a High Lord's back, his spear thrusting into his body. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll leave," the High Lord frantically shouted. However, his voice died in his throat. The white spear penetrated through his back and straight out of his front, a bloody light shooting out. "Leave." Lin Ming's lips curved in a devilish grin. At the moment that they decided to kill Duanmu Kun, everyone had already forfeited their lives in this gamble. Seeing that they couldn't kill the one in front of them, but then seeing that they themselves would die and even wanting to retreat, just where in the world would you find such a good deal? Damn it. Seeing 6 or 7 ordinary High Lords cut down by Lin Ming as if they were vegetables, Elder Xiao's eyes turned red. "This old man will kill you." Pouring true essence into his lance, Elder Xiao struck out at Lin Ming. "Humph. You really think that I'm afraid to fight you?" Lin Ming's eyes sparked with a cold light. He grasped his spear, thrusting it up. He would welcome anyone anytime. Before, he hadn't dared to directly fight because Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master were attacking him together, and the treasure in Lin Ming's hand was lacking. But now, seeing Elder Xiao rushed towards him alone, this was what Lin Ming had wished for. A spear thrust out, fires burning to the heavens. A vast concept of fire burnt Elder Xiao's cloud of demon essence to cinders. Spear and lance collided. Bang! Elder Xiao's body shook. After receiving such a heavy blow, he was blown backwards like a broken kite, blood leaking out from his mouth. After Lin Ming had switched to a Heaven Step treasure spear, he had been able to completely free the power of his battle spirit. Now, his striking power was not something that Elder Xiao could hope to compare with. For this old man to think of meeting him in a head-on attack with, He had simply been seeking death. Great Axe. What the hell are you doing? Do you think he will let you go? Elder Xiao crazily shouted, his voice full thick with anger and killing intent. Great Axe grit his teeth and stepped forwards. At this time he had truly stepped onto the road of no return. His only path of redemption was to kill Lin Ming. Elder Xiao forcefully revolved his demon essence and suppressed in internal injuries, swallowing down the blood that was filling his mouth. One on the left, one on the right, both of them attacked Lin Ming. Facing these two simultaneous attacks, although Lin Ming was confident in himself, he didn't lower his guard. Suffering even a minor injury here would be disastrous. However, he had never intended to meet both of their attacks. Seeing billowing clouds of demonic energy roiling towards him, Lin Ming's lips curved in a cruel smile. Golden rock shattering the void. Who dash? Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished again. In the next moment, he had already moved several hundred feet away, appearing right in front of the Polaris Tower Master. At the same time that Great Axe and Elder Xiao attacked him, he had decided to kill the Polaris Tower Master. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes widened as he saw Lin Ming suddenly flicker in front of him, scared so badly that his soul nearly left his body. In his life, he had killed countless lives, and now this was the first time that he had truly faced death. The fear of dying gripped his mind. His eyes widened, his heartbeat stopping. He didn't want to die. He was the son of the Steppes Master. He enjoyed countless resources, countless beauties, limitless fame. In the future, he would become a 12-winged heavenly demon and inevitably step into the emperor-level realm. He would live for 6,000 or 7,000 years, with endless wealth and an exalted status. He would have peerless authority, wielding the fates of 1 trillion lives in his hands with absolute power. He would have a harem with countless proud and heavenly women of every race. And now, all of this, all of his dreams, would disappear with this single spear strike. Lin Ming, don't. Young master. Several hundred feet away, Elder Xiao also shouted out. However, no one was able to stop Lin Ming. Without a hint of hesitation, his spear came plummeting down, directly passing through the Polaris Tower Master's throat like a bolt of lightning. Puff. Blood sputtered out. The Polaris Tower Master opened his mouth as if he were trying to say something, but his vocal cords had already been torn to pieces, so he was unable to utter a single word. Lin Ming was inscrutable as he pulled his hand back and received his spear. As he drew back the spear, blood gushed out, spraying into the air. In this final strike that killed the Polaris Tower Master, he hadn't even infused his spear with his battle spirit, ending his life no differently than he would butcher a chicken of pig. A powerful and ambitious genius of his era, who had planted slave seals in the spiritual seas of several generations of proud sons of heavens, who had become the Polaris Tower Master that had controlled Polaris Tower for dozens of years, had died today, killed no differently than the lowest of beast. Young master. Elder Xiao's eyes were blood red. His heart raged with an inferno of hatred, a thick burning intent sizzling in his mind. In the end, all he could do was look on helplessly as the Polaris Tower Master died right in front of him. This wasn't because of any mistake Elder Xiao had made. In that situation just now, he could no longer stop Lin Ming. If he didn't attack Lin Ming, then that was no different from freely allowing him to becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Yet, if he wanted to attack Lin Ming, he would need to join forces with Great Axe. And now, the result of this was, he had given Lin Ming the chance to directly slaughter the Polaris Tower Master. His movement speed was inferior and his striking power was inferior. From the point that Lin Ming obtained the white spear, the initiative had gone to Lin Ming's hand, remaining there forever. As the Polaris Tower Master died, an incomparably rich infernal energy leaked out from him. This mass of infernal energy was several times purer and richer than any other mass of infernal energy that Lin Ming had ever seen. At this moment, the bass growl of a demon filled the air. The fierce heavenly demon phantom that hid within Lin Ming's arm tattoo appeared, rushing towards the mass of infernal energy and swallowing it all. With the additional 6 or 7 high lords that Lin Ming had killed just before, all of this infernal energy combined together, completely absorbed by the heavenly demon phantom. Roar! The heavenly demon phantom stretched out its sharp claws and unfolded its towering wings. It faced the heavens and gave off a loud cry. Its 5 pairs of wings were already extremely clear, and now, under the effects of that rich infernal energy, the final 6th pair was also slowly expanding. A 12-winged heavenly demon. After Lin Ming killed the Polaris Tower Master, he finally became a 12-winged heavenly demon. With the influx of infernal energy, the heavenly demon phantom began to rapidly grow, finally reaching a monumental 40 to 50 feet. It was like an Azura that crawled out from the endless abyss. Thunder and fire raged underneath its feet, and its entire body was wrapped with thick, bulging muscles. As it released its 12 wings, they nearly covered the skies. All of the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had witnessed the birth of a 12-winged heavenly demon. Mad, he's a madman, Zhuan Yu's lips trembled. At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to face Lin Ming, let alone fight him. As for Elder Xiao, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He had a deep foreboding feeling that if he couldn't kill Lin Ming today, then one day, Lin Ming would become the gravedigger for all 12 skysplit towers. He was absolutely a terrifying threat. In fact, he was far more horrible and dreadful than even the 8-4 War Emperor. He had the personal reasons and also the ability to personally bury the entire blood slaughter steppes under his feet, drowning the land in a sea of blood. Hurry and take advantage of this time while he's concentrating the heavenly demon phantom to kill him. Elder Xiao leapt forwards. The Great Axe Tower Master also hesitated for a moment before throwing himself forwards too. At this time, there was no way he could retreat unless he turned and ran into the Eternal Demon Abyss. But this was the only nearby exit from the Eternal Demon Abyss, and it would soon close. Running away would be no different from suicide. One on the left, one on the right, Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master attacked together. At this time, the heavenly demon phantom released a deafening, earth-shaking roar. A terrifying force field fell over everyone like the end of times. In that instant, Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master felt a deep fear in their hearts. This was a killing intent directed at their very souls, causing everyone to tremble where they stood. This was the death god force field of the heavenly demon martial intent. Under the cover of this infernal energy that was so thick it manifested into essence, Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master's striking power had instantly and unexpectedly weakened by 30%. At the same time, the heavenly demon phantom behind Lin Ming suddenly shrunk, instantly minimizing from 40 to 50 feet to half a foot, turning into a complete 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo that landed on Lin Ming's arm. After condensing the complete heavenly demon tattoo, Lin Ming felt his body filled with an explosive power. Facing the attacks of Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master, Lin Ming poured all of this destructive energy into his spear, thrusting it out. Penetrating rainbow. Bang! A terrifying blast wave combusted, appearing like a massive red and purple lotus blooming in the world. All of the space in the area began to twist together. After being struck by such a terrifying strike, Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master were flung away like leaves in a storm. The previously injured Elder Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood. As for the Great Axe Tower Master, although he didn't vomit blood, the palm of his hand directly cracked apart. With a ka sound, a massive crack had appeared in the double-headed axe in his hand. Chapter 666, Spear Through the Black-Robed Man. Chapter 666, Spear Through the Black-Robed Man. The mountain-shattering axe cracked. The Great Axe Tower Master stared at the axe in his hands, his eyes wide like full moons. His double-headed axe could only be considered in the lower middle reaches of low-grade Heavenstep treasure. Although it wasn't some amazingly high-rank weapon, the key lay in its weight. Between grades of a similar rank, an axe was much more expensive than a sword, because over 10 times the material was required. Accordingly, an axe was extremely durable because of its thickness. But now, this low-grade Heavenstep axe had actually been cracked apart by Lin Ming's spear. To just what extent did Lin Ming's striking power reach? It wasn't just the Great Axe Tower Master who was horrified, but all of the surrounding martial artists were frightened. In just this single exchange of moves, Lin Ming had single-handedly held off 2 great masters and even forced them back. Lin Ming had not only injured Elder Xiao once more, but he also damaged the Great Axe Tower Master's weapon. As for Lin Ming, he had done all of this with just a low-grade Heaven Step spear. How could such an originally ordinary spear be able to display such power within Lin Ming's hands? I see, so that's what it was. Elder Xiao glared at Lin Ming, grinning as he revealed his blood-stained teeth. So young, just an early revolving core boy, and yet you've comprehended your own battle spirit. And looking at its grade, it's probably already at large success of the bronze level. As Elder Xiao spoke, the Great Axe Tower Master felt his heart go cold. Battle spirit. As a giant demon martial artist, a battle spirit was too far out of reach for the Great Axe Tower Master. Because giant demons were naturally born lacking in will and perception, there were many giant demon martial artists that never managed to comprehend their battle spirit even after becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. But the Great Axe Tower Master still had some minor understandings into a battle spirit. It was said that when a martial artist's will reached the pinnacle of its potential, it could condense into a very specialized concept. This battle spirit could then be attached to any object, killing enemies, cutting away all life and existence into nothingness. What cultivation did Lin Ming have? And he had managed to comprehend a battle spirit. The Great Axe Tower Master began to truly fear Lin Ming from his heart. He started to regret his reckless actions in provoking this dark star. Now, he had already completely offended Lin Ming. Once he became enemies with such a person, the horrible bleakness of his future could be imagined. 200 feet away, Lin Ming held his spear as he stood there. The truth was that the strike he used just now had drawn support from the flash of absolute power that had appeared after completely condensing a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Under normal circumstances, although Lin Ming would still be able to receive the dual strikes of Elder Xiao and the Great Axe Tower Master, he wouldn't have had the ability to wound both of them. I finally formed my complete 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Lin Ming took a deep break. Then, the Death God force field spread out, superimposing onto the Azura force field. However, this was just an ordinary superimposition, not a fusion of the two. Superimposing the two force fields could be considered as adding 1 and 1 to get 2, but fusing two force fields together would produce a qualitative change instead. At that time, the intensity and power of the force fields would experience a massive leap upwards. With Lin Ming's current boundary, he was still far away from being able to fuse these two force fields. However, this was how things were. Even superimposing the Death God force field and the Azura force field created an extremely terrifying suppressive force. After being enveloped by this force field, the Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Xiao had extremely ugly expressions. The other ordinary High Lords were in an even worse state, all of them frantically retreating because they weren't able to resist this pressure. At this time, they were all constantly lamenting that even though they tried to escape, there was nowhere they could run. They were nothing more than fish on the chopping block, having to stand there under this utterly excruciating suppression. As the true essence within Lin Ming's body began to revolve, the power of the two different force fields began to rise without end. The Azura force field completely suppressed a person from their bodies to their souls, a heavy pressure that was immensely difficult to withstand. As for the Death God force field, that stimulated the deepest and most primal fear within the soul itself, affecting the control that the soul had over the body. In fact, to a weaker martial artist, the Death God force field could directly strip the soul from the body, killing them without any resistance. The dual force fields suppressed all. The weaker a martial artist was, the greater influence the force fields had over them. Even if it were Elder Xiao or the Great Axe Tower Master, their combat strength was reduced to less than 70% of its original state. This damn boy. Elder Xiao grit his teeth. He desperately tried to stimulate the demon essence within himself, but it was all in vain. Die. As Lin Ming's true essence revolved to the extreme, he took a sudden step forwards. His figure disappeared like ghosts and gods, immediately Flash stepping in front of Elder Xiao, his spear thrusting straight into the old man's stomach. In this situation, facing Lin Ming's incomparably sharp spear strike, just how could Elder Xiao withstand it? Bang! After a brief confrontation, Elder Xiao retreated backwards. Lin Ming moved forward in hot pursuit. What are you all looking at? Attack him together. Do you think any of you can live here? If you don't kill him now, then he will kill you all after this. Elder Xiao crazily shouted at the ordinary high lords who were watching on, helplessly. However, at this time, these ordinary high lords only glanced at each other with fear and dread, none of them daring to move a single step to help Elder Xiao. What a joke! Under the dual suppression of these force fields, even moving a single step was a challenging endeavor. Moreover, their strength was inferior to Elder Xiao's, so the suppression they were under was even more intense. Bang bang bang! In an instant, 4 or 5 moves were exchanged. Lin Ming's spear light swept over Elder Xiao's chest, breaking his ribs, ruining his organs. Lin Ming's combat strength was far too strong. Even a Tower Master level martial artist could only briefly support themselves under Lin Ming's barrage of attacks. As for those ordinary high lords, they were nothing but little lambs waiting to be instantly slaughtered. If none of them resisted, they might have a slim hope of living. But if they dared to confront him, then they would instantly die here. Spear after spear after spear, Lin Ming forced Elder Xiao back again and again. If this continued, then Elder Xiao would not be able to support himself for even a few more moves. And at this time, the Great Axe Tower Master was only idly standing by, watching on passively. The Great Axe Tower Master was panting with nervousness. He felt that even if he attacked Lin Ming, the chances of defeating him were close to 0. Lin Ming, I surrender. The Great Axe Tower Master suddenly dropped his weapon as he shouted out towards Lin Ming. Surrender. Lin Ming's lips curved in a funny smile. Surrendering at this time, was there still any significance to it? Lin Ming, if you let me live, I will give you everything within my spatial ring. Also, I can even cover for you so you can leave the blood slaughter step. The Great Axe Tower Master had tossed out a few tempting offers. Lin Ming had already formed a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Now, there was no more meaning to killing the Great Axe Tower Master. And if Lin Ming really did kill all the High Lords here, then he would inevitably come under suspicion once he tried to leave the blood slaughter steps. Once he provoked the steps master to chase him, he was finished. No matter how strong Lin Ming was right now, it was impossible for him to escape from the steps master. The steps master was a true emperor-level powerhouse. Great Axe. You dare to betray the steps master? Elder Xiao's eyes widened, turning blood red. At this time, the betrayal of Great Axe was an absolute death sentence. The Great Axe Tower Master sneered as he said, "Betray the steps master? I'm nothing more than a chess piece for him to play around with. I depended on my own effort, giving my everything and fighting through countless life and death battles to become a Tower Master. I have taken care of Great Axe Tower for you lot for so many years, turning over a massive amount of resources. Now I no longer owe you anything. Do you want me to even die for you? Good. Very good." Elder Xiao's face flashed with a ferocious light. When the steps master finds out about this, then you are finished. You will die. Humph. The one to die first will be you. Lin Ming stepped in front of Elder Xiao and thrust towards his chest. Lin Ming's every spear strike was aimed towards vital points. Ah! Elder Xiao cried out miserably. He avoided a fatal strike, but Lin Ming's spear still stabbed into his shoulder. Blood splashed out. With a twist of the spear, it directly tore off the old man's arm. I won't let you get away with this even as a ghost. Elder Xiao issued a keening howl as he ignored the grievous wound of his severed arm, and with his remaining hand holding his lance, he thrust it towards Lin Ming's stomach. However, how could Lin Ming allow him to hit? Lin Ming's figure flashed and he directly appeared behind Elder Xiao's back, his spear piercing through his back and heart. Puff! The white spear passed through his body, the spear point dyed a deep red. Elder Xiao vomited a mouthful of blood. At this time, his organs were already completely ruined. Lin Ming, I'll wait for you in hell. Elder Xiao humorlessly grinned as he spoke these words. All of the vessels in his body instantly bulged up and then blasted apart. Elder Xiao had annihilated his own meridians and reversed the flow of blood essence in his body, using the last dregs of his life to form a blood seal in front of him. 1,000-year curse of limitless demons. Seal. As Elder Xiao spoke these last words, a grisly smile still hung on his face. But, His eyes had already lost all of their light. Millimeter? What is this? In that instant, Lin Ming felt a strange energy flow along the white spear and enter his body, expanding throughout all of his limbs. 1,000-year curse of limitless demons. Lin Ming faintly guessed that the words Elder Xiao spoke before his death had something to do with the strange energy within him. Lin Ming, before that old man died, he used his life to place a curse on you. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. So I was right. What does this curse do? Lin Ming frowned. He didn't think that the old man would have such an ability. It's not too harmful. This curse is only a mark. Once you're placed under this curse, others can use it to determine your location. If you don't dispel this curse, then you'll be as obvious as a firefly at night. Oh. So in other words, that old man placed this curse on me to help the Steps Master chase me down and kill me? That sounds about right. Can you dispel this? Lin Ming grimaced. With this sort of mark on him, things would be dire. In order to leave the blood slaughter steps, he would have to cross through hundreds of thousands of miles. With such a long distance in front of him, he didn't believe that he could escape the Steps Master if he was being chased down. Now he could only depend on Demon Shine. Demon Shine seemed to have a very deep understanding of these sorts of energy marks. Originally, he was the one who had resolved the matter of the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal. Undoing this is a bit difficult, but just isolating it is quite simple. But I have a condition. I want to have first picks of the Great Axe Tower Master, Polaris Tower Master, and that old man's spatial rings. Demon Shine licked his doggy tongue as he spoke. In fact, this request wasn't excessive at all, it was quite reasonable in fact. Within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, Demon Shine had put in a great deal of effort and was also very helpful the entire time, using up a good deal of his strength. However, after they opened up the ancient tomb, there wasn't anything in there that was useful to Demon Shine, so Demon Shine had been feeling very depressed ever since. Sure. Lin Ming readily agreed. From those 3 spatial rings, there wasn't anything that he particularly wanted. At this time, Elder Xiao had thoroughly died, so Lin Ming reached over and conveniently took his spatial ring. At the same time, pure infernal energy flowed out from the corpse and into Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming could clearly feel that this infernal energy no longer had any nourishing effect on him. Chapter 667, Planting the Slave Seal. Chapter 667, Planting the Slave Seal. Elder Xiao had died. Watching the old man still hanging on Lin Ming's spear, the martial artists present all subconsciously, gulped, their throats twitching. The Lin Ming in front of them right now was a fierce tiger, and they were nothing but little lambs that had no ability to resist. Lin Ming expressionlessly drew out his spear, and then swiped the front, flicking off the blood. Then, he turned around to glare at the Great Axe Tower Master. The Great Axe Tower Master's heart thumped, his face pale and queasy-looking. Young hero Lin, if you let me live, I promise you I can help you leave the blood slaughter steps from Great Axe Tower. Great Axe Tower is only a mere 2,000 miles from the edge of the blood slaughter steps, and it is also a full 10,000 miles away from the blood slaughter divine temple where the Steps Master resides. If you come to my Great Axe Tower, that is the best place for you to leave these lands from. Moreover, when you leave, there will be people that can help you, and I can even be your shield. Leaving will be much easier. Otherwise, you might arouse some suspicion. As the Great Axe Tower Master spoke, he was carefully paying attention to every minute change in expression on Lin Ming's face. He was afraid that Lin Ming wouldn't agree with him and took off his spatial ring in advance. Even his Heaven Step double-headed axe was placed into the spatial ring so that he could give it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming considered his options for a moment, not speaking. He turned and glanced towards Duanmu Kun, and saw that Duanmu Kun gave him a slight agreeing nod. The Great Axe Tower Master wasn't lying. The Eternal Demon Abyss northern entrance was connected to 6 different sky-split towers. If they left from Great Axe Tower, the position was much more friendly and was a shorter distance to leave from than from Polaris Tower. Lin Ming's silence caused the dire atmosphere to becoming even more dismal. At this point, the Great Axe Tower Master didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. As someone who had lived above countless others, this was the first time he had experienced such treatment. It was like he was no different from a criminal of the mortal world about to be executed on the stands. "Hey, boy, do you really distrust this fellow?" At this time, Demonshine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Yes. Lin Ming was indeed wary of the Great Axe Tower Master. After becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, he naturally wouldn't stay in the blood slaughter steppes any longer. While they were in the eternal demon abyss, they were completely isolated from the outside world. But, once they left here, all of these high lords present might inform the steppes master as to what had transpired here. If the steppes master found out, then he might not be able to leave the blood slaughter steppes safely. But, if he killed all of them and only 4 or 5 people stepped out of the eternal demon abyss, then that was just too brazen. It would naturally attract the suspicions of others. "Hey, it's easy. How about we just plant several slave seals in them? This sort of thing is just some low-level skill of the demonic path. Even that Polaris Tower Master could do it, so did you think this saint couldn't?" Oh. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. If he could plant this sort of slave seal, then it would be fantastic. But yes, there is limit to how many slave seals I can use to control others. That Polaris Tower Master was likely able to control 3 or 4 people, and in my weakened state, I can still do more, but no more than 10. It's up to you to choose who. 10 is enough. Lin Ming only needed to use 10 High Lords to control others so that they weren't able to secretly inform others of what was happening. This should give him enough time to leave. He looked at the Great Axe Tower Master, his voice icy as he said, "Great Axe, if you desire to live, you have one choice. That is to let go of your spiritual sea and willingly allow me to plant a slave seal within you." Slave seal. The Great Axe Tower Master's complexion changed as he heard these words. A martial artist that had a slave seal planted within them couldn't even hold on to their former personality. It could be called a fate worse than death. Although the Great Axe Tower Master didn't want to die, he didn't want to continue living on as a useless zombie either. "That's impossible. If you must plant a slave seal within me, I'd rather die fighting. Don't worry so much." The Great Axe Tower Master's response was within Lin Ming's expectations. "I will only place the slave seal within you for 3 months, which is enough time for me to leave. I'll be frank with you. I do not trust you one bit at all. 3 months from now, I will naturally release my slave seal and you will be freed. If you believe me, then let go of your spiritual sea. If you do not believe me, then my only choice is to kill you right here and right now." As Lin Ming spoke, the Great Axe Tower Master hesitated for a moment. 3 months wasn't anything to him, but he feared that 3 months from now, Lin Ming would decide not to honor his promise and release the slave seal. Then he really would remain as a mindless puppet with no personality for the rest of his life. "Can I take an oath to my heart of martial arts?" the Great Axe Tower Master said after fumbling for words. "Take an oath?" Lin Ming frowned, his voice turning colder. "I think that you've come to misunderstand something. I am not negotiating with you, but am informing you of the decision I have made. It is up to you whether you wish to accept or refuse, because you lack any power to bargain with me." Lin Ming's character had always tended towards being strong and forthright. The promises he made he would complete sooner or later. He disliked when others doubted him. The Great Axe Tower Master heard the killing intent in Lin Ming's voice and his heart jumped. He was wavering at this moment when Lan Xin curled her lips and contemptuously said, "Who the hell do you think you are? Lin Ming will undoubtedly become the #1 powerhouse of the entire Holy Demon continent in the future. I wonder then just how many people would kill you all in order to serve as Lin Ming's little brother here. Do you think he needs to go through so many tricks just in order to have you work under him? You are not worthy." Lan Xin's few words cut towards the Great Axe Tower Master's temper. The Great Axe Tower Master wryly smiled. This was true. Someone like Lin Ming would inevitably stand at the peak of the entire Holy Demon continent in the future. Perhaps, step into the stage that was the realm of the gods. At that time, a single call of his would have hundreds and thousands of enthusiastic men jumping to his side, each and every one of them willing to be his slave. If he could follow Lin Ming, then that might actually be a great lucky chance that brought him advantages for his entire life. Thinking of this, the Great Axe Tower Master no longer hesitated. He simply handed over his spatial ring and relinquished control of his spiritual sea. Young hero Lin, please begin. Lin Ming took the spatial ring, passing through it with his perception. Then, he calmly formed a black seal. This black seal had a wisp of Demonshine's soul force, and with the addition of Lin Ming's energy supporting it, controlling a martial artist at the level of the Great Axe Tower Master was child's play. After the slave seal entered his spiritual sea, the Great Axe Tower Master shook for a moment. His eyes became dull for a moment, and then right afterwards they were refreshed with complete clarity. He faced Lin Ming, bowed towards him with a hand over his chest, and then respectfully stood behind Lin Ming. A martial artist with a slave seal planted within them didn't usually show any difference. It was only when they were faced with their master did they manifest their absolute obedience and loyalty. And you lot too. Lin Ming turned to stare at the other High Lords. I will choose 9 of you and also plant a slave seal. The period for this is also 3 months. You can choose to accept, or you can choose to die. Lin Ming's voice was decisive and detached. None of the martial artists present dared to protest. If even the Great Axe Tower Master was willing to accept, then none of them had anything to say. Lin Ming chose the 9 martial artists with the highest cultivation and planted slave seals in them. None of them resisted. Then, he received the spatial rings of Elder Xiao, the Polaris Tower Master, as well as the 6 or 7 ordinary High Lords he had killed. He sunk his consciousness within them, probing a bit. There really were some good things in here. Those martial artists that were able to survive through this trip in the Eternal Demon Abyss were mostly upper-level High Lords. In addition to the harvests they had made during this trip into the Eternal Demon Abyss, their wealth could be imagined. After investigating, he found that there were 8 Heaven-Step treasure as well as 30 Jins of Human-Step Demon Godbones and 12 egg-sized Earth-Step Demon Godbones. These Earth-Step Demon Godbones were all obtained from the 3 Tower Master-level powerhouses. Worth mentioning among them was an Earth-Step Demon Godbone with a crimson sheen that emitted a faint blood energy. Lin Ming thought for a moment, this should be a medium-grade Earth-Step Demon Godbone, and one that was approaching a high-grade one at that. King shit. These broke little bastards. Even those Tower Masters were useless. Demon Shine was uttering profanities within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. There is a single blood form bone and everything else is garbage. Garbage. The so-called blood form bone was that medium-grade Earth-Step Demon God bone. It was a demon god bone with the concentrated blood essence of an emperor-level powerhouse within it. It would certainly be useful for Demon Shine to recover his soul. As for everything else, with Demon Shine's judgment, it was difficult to enter his eyes. You don't want it. I want it. Of course I do, who wouldn't? A grasshopper's meat is still meat. This saint will kindly take this blood form bone. It should just barely be able to restore this saint's soul a little bit. As for the rest, you can do with it what you want. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He modestly took some useful resources into a spatial ring, including the 5 Jins of Human-Step Demon Godbones. These would be for his friends and family that needed them. As for the 11 Earth-Step Demon Godbones that were left over as well as the 8 Heaven-Step treasures, he handed them all to Feng Shun, Duanmu Kun, and Lan Xin. Brother Duanmu, I thank you for your help just now. I, Lin Ming, will remember this kindness. Lin Ming's tone was understated. Although his voice was calm, Duanmu Kun knew that once someone like Lin Ming made a pledge, they would forever etch it in their hearts. In other words, Lin Ming had now truly recognized him as a friend. Duanmu Kun shook his head. Brother Lin is too humble, please don't see us as strangers. What we did just now was only some minor efforts. Within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, Brother Lin had already rescued us several times. Without Brother Lin, we would already be dead within the forbidden zone, much less having a chance to obtain anything like resources. Lin Ming faintly smiled. In the face of adversity, that is when true feelings are exposed. In my life, I have made very few friends, but today, I've suddenly gained so many. At that time, saying that true feelings would be exposed in the face of adversity was no exaggeration. When Lin Ming was facing the simultaneous attack of 3 people and hadn't yet become a 12-winged heavenly demon, he had been at a great disadvantage. At that time, Duanmu Kun and the rest had abandoned their own resources, taking a risk that Elder Xiao would kill them all in order to obtain a new spear for Lin Ming. None of this was an easy decision to make. As Lin Ming traveled along his road of martial artists, all the way until this point, he had seen countless grudges and enmities exposed. He had seen intrigue, danger, hatred, all the worst facets of human nature. But, as for those people that were grateful and remembered the kindnesses that were given to them, he had actually seen very few. Duanmu Kun originally hadn't wanted to receive this spatial ring, but after Lin Ming's repeated insistence, he finally chose not to decline. Brother Lin, where do you plan on going after leaving the eternal demon abyss? If you have nowhere to go, then how about adventuring with us? Duanmu Kun really wanted to know just where Lin Ming had come from. It was impossible for such a talent to not have some tremendous background. While winning Lin Ming over to the Divine Wood Holy Land was impossible, having him come to his sect as an honored guest and enhancing their relationship also wasn't bad. Lin Ming shook his head. After I leave the eternal demon abyss, I will return to my home. Oh, where is that? Duanmu Kun casually asked. After he asked, he felt that he had been a bit indiscreet. However, he never thought that Lin Ming had no intention of hiding anything to begin with. Lin Ming directly replied with a true essence sound transmission, "It is another continent. It is a land that exists outside of the Holy Demon continent." Chapter 668, Returning to the South Horizon Region. Chapter 668, Returning to the South Horizon Region. What? Duanmu Kun paused. As someone who originated from a super holy land that was nearing a 6th grade sect, he was considered very well informed. But he had never heard of anyone that had come from beyond the Holy Demon continent before. Thinking about it more carefully, there were indeed some extremely ancient texts within his holy land that spoke of the realm of the gods and also a world outside of the Holy Demon continent. However, the texts were too old, they were faded and unclear. As for what these places were, what races lived there, and what it was like, Duanmu Kun had absolutely no idea. You come from outside the Holy Demon continent. Lan Xin's eyes shined, immediately interested. She had faintly heard that the world didn't consist of just the Holy Demon continent, there were lands far broader and more glorious. Lan Xin had thought these lands were too far away and it would forever be impossible for someone like her to go there. So, hearing that Lin Ming had come from such a land, how could she not be excited? Where is this place? It is a world called the Sky Spill continent. I come from the South Horizon region over there. Lin Ming didn't hide anything. First, he had come to trust these people as his friends, and second, he was the only one who knew the position of ancient transmission array. Without Lin Ming's knowledge of where it was and how it worked, no one would be able to access it. Sky Spill continent. Lan Xin's charming eyes began overflowing with light. She really wanted to ask Lin Ming to bring her for a look, but she didn't manage to bring it up. For a Holy Land descendant to leave their holy land, the original reason for this was to go on adventures and gain experience. Walking 10,000 miles would always be superior to reading 10,000 books. If she could broaden her horizons and accumulate more knowledge and experience, this would be of great advantage to her cultivation and future growth. Brother Lin, how do you go to your world? Duanmu Kun was completely interested in the Sky Spill continent. In the hearts of these outstanding heroic youths, no one wanted to rule a tiny little corner off by themselves. If they didn't experience the vastness that the world had to offer, they would forever be frogs in a well. Through a transmission array. As Lin Ming saw that his friends were very interested in going to the Sky Spill continent, he continued to say, the atmosphere of martial artists within the Sky Spill continent is inferior to the Holy Demon continent by far. The martial artists there are much weaker on average, and their talent is somewhat worse. Also, there are only humans, no other races. Lin Ming gave a basic introduction to the Sky Spill continent's current situation. The Holy Demon continent's races had very complex relations with each other. Every year there would be war and chaos that enveloped the land. Under the pressure of constant fighting and slaughter, It was naturally much easier for a martial artist to grow. In addition, the holy demon continent's fae, giant demons, and imps all had natural talents greater than the humans, thus they also had a higher proportion of outstanding heroic youths and also more emperor-level powerhouses. Relatively speaking, the Sky Spill continent was much more mundane. There was usually peace in most lands, wars were rare, and there was only the human race. Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xin all glanced at each other. After they confirmed their own thoughts, they asked, "Brother Lin, if it's possible, could we accompany you to the Sky Spill continent?" Lin Ming thought for a moment and then happily agreed, "Of course. I'm the only one who knows the method to activate the transmission array, and after I go to the Sky Spill continent there will be many other matters that I will have to deal with. At the least I'll have to stay for 3 to 5 years. During this period of time, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave." 3 to 5 years. No problem. Duanmu Kun said with no hesitation. To adventure through another world that was no less vast than the Holy Demon Continent, how could 3 to 5 years ever be enough to finish exploring it? Great. Ah, yes, that's right, because this is an ultra-long distance transmission array. During the time through it, you'll experience space storms. There is a bit of danger involved, but you can grasp this chance to better comprehend the concepts of space and time. This might be helpful to you. Concepts of space and time? Duanmu Kun's eyes brightened. The concepts of space and time were the most illusory and puzzling concepts that existed. Even among the Fae, who had a natural affinity towards laws and concepts, there were far too many that couldn't comprehend it, not even being able to trace the threshold. Even Duanmu Kun, who had the support of a super holy land behind him, was only able to catch a tiny glimpse of it. If he could enter into this chaotic space flow and personally experience this space storm, then there was no need to talk about the advantages he would gain. This increasingly firmed Duanmu Kun and the others' determination to go to the Sky Spill continent. At this time, there was still a dozen or so days until the entrance of the Eternal Demon Abyss opened again. At this time, there wasn't anything left to do. Lin Ming sat on a rock in meditation, slowly consolidating his foundation as he strode towards his goal, the black hole revolving core. As for Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and Feng Shen, they all went to their own respective corners and practiced, not saying a single word during this time. On the 12th day, a ray of light appeared in the dreary sky. Looking up, everyone could see a powerful space channel opening in the air. Today was the day that the channel to the Eternal Demon Abyss finally opened. The 12 channels of the Eternal Demon Abyss went directly to the top level of their sky-split towers. When the sky-split towers were first discovered, these channels had already existed here. "All right, let's leave." Lin Ming stood up. Gently tapping his toes, he floated into the sky. Flying was prohibited within the Eternal Demon Abyss, but these 12 channels were the exception to this rule. Thus, the martial artists present could use these channels to leave the Eternal Demon Abyss. The Eternal Demon Abyss was over 100,000 feet deep into the earth. Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xin all followed the Great Axe Tower Master as he flew up. After an incense stick of time, they finally reached the Great Axe Tower. There were already 4 or 5 servants waiting to receive them. All of these people were martial artists of Great Axe Tower. As everyone saw High Lord Great Axe and Lin Ming appear with everyone else, they looked a bit doubtful. Only the Great Axe Tower Master was left over. Did that mean that even Blackstone had died? Also, behind High Lord Great Axe was Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun, and some others. What was going on? These people weren't from Great Axe Tower, so why they had come through Great Axe Tower's transfer channel? These martial artists began to whisper to themselves in their hearts, but none of them dared to speak outwardly. At this time, the Great Axe Tower Master waved his hand and said, "Leave." Yes. Within Skysplit Tower, the Tower Master had an inviolable authority. Once High Lord Great Axe gave this command, all of the martial artists naturally were quiet as they respectfully drew back. "Master, please come with me." The Great Axe Tower Master bowed and began to lead the way. The channel to enter the Eternal Demon Abyss was also on the 5th floor of the Great Axe Tower. The Great Axe Tower Master brought Lin Ming through a complicated pathway before they reached the first floor of the Skysplit Tower. Then, Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen and Lan Xin all changed their appearances, mixed into the crowd and followed the massive chains down Great Axe Tower. "Brother Lin, where should we go?" Duanmu Kun asked. "We're going to Bewitching Cloud Prairie," Lin Ming said with a bit of nostalgia. Without him realizing it, 2.5 years had already passed from when he first landed at Bewitching Cloud Prairie. This land could be considered the absolute bottom world of the Holy Demon Continent. The martial artists that were born within Bewitching Cloud Prairie were like the common mortal martial artists of the Skysplit continent. They had no resources, no inheritances or legacies, and their strength was extremely limited. There was still a very long distance from the Blood Slaughter Steppes to Bewitching Cloud Prairie. Lin Ming planned to go to Red Sun City and buy some mounts before going to Bewitching Cloud Prairie. Duanmu Kun said, "I've heard of Bewitching Cloud Prairie. There is quite a distance from here to there. We can take a relay station to get there faster." "Oh, relay station?" Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Lin Ming faintly smiled and didn't speak. By his side, Lan Xin puffed up with pride as she explained, "Brother Lin, the entire Blood Slaughter Steppes, including the west and south regions of the Holy Demon Continent, are entirely covered with the relay stations of the Fey Holy Land Alliance. These relay stations connect a very stable transmission array network. I and Brother Duanmu have tokens that allow us to freely use these relay stations. Or, we can use mounts too." "Oh!" Lin Ming's eyes shined. To establish so many relay stations that the network nearly covered half the Holy Demon Continent, this Fey Holy Land Alliance truly had some ability. If they were able to pass through these relay stations, then that would save a massive amount of time and also be safer. They wouldn't need to worry about the Steppes Master chasing them down. "Alright, let's go through the relay stations." With the assistance of these relay stations, a mere 6 days later, Lin Ming rode a blue-scaled flood dragon into the skies of Bewitching Cloud Prairie. Soaring atop those endless blue clouds, he could see the vast Bewitching Cloud Prairie below him. The vibrant green grasslands stretched to the ends of the earth, and near the winding rivers there were herders of various races tending to their sheep and cattle. Occasionally there would be tents gathered together like white clouds against the ground. These were the tribes. The tribes of Bewitching Cloud Prairie lived a nomadic lifestyle. As for the wealth of these tribes, they were supported by those barren blood demon crystal mines that littered the land. As Lin Ming gazed upon the Bewitching Cloud Prairie, he remembered the brief and simple time he lived here and also that cute little Ching He who had called him Big Brother. Now, Ching He had likely grown into Lady. Perhaps, in a few years, she would be married. The life a mortal, relative to a martial artist, was simply too short. Although Lin Ming remembered which tribe Ching He lived in, he didn't go to disturb her. Instead, he brought Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and Feng Shen to the great snow-capped mountains where the ancient transmission array was located. These snow-capped mountains were extremely remote. They was almost at the southernmost tip of the Holy Demon Continent. The ancient transmission array was located in a deep valley within this mountain range. Here, the temperature was very low. All the water had turned to ice, and only a few rays of light penetrated to the valley floor. The last time Lin Ming had come out from this transmission array, he hadn't felt anything in particular. But now that he came back to search for it, he found that the space around the canyon entrance was twisted. If one wasn't skilled in the concept of space, then there simply wouldn't be any way they could discover this canyon. In addition to the fact that this area was located in such a remote place, no wonder this ancient transmission array had been preserved intact here for tens of thousands of years. "It's here." Lin Ming pointed at the entrance to an open valley nestled within the mountains. The inside of that valley was pitch black, but to Duanmu Kun and the others, this wasn't even a problem. The ancient transmission array was a 100 by 100 foot square. Arranged above the ground, it seemed simply like a number of mystical lines connected together in a complex manner. It wasn't too remarkable. As for the symbol password, only Lin Ming, who had inherited the memories of the Demon Emperor, was able to open it. "You guys, stand in the center of the transmission array and then I'll begin to activate it." "Okay." Duanmu Kun and the others quickly stepped over to the center of the transmission array. This was the first time that they had seen such a large transmission array themselves. Thinking that they would soon enter the unknown lands of the Skyspill continent, they were all filled with eager anticipation. In order to become a martial artist that stood at the peak, it was impossible to just lord over a tiny kingdom in a corner of the world. In a sense, this would be the first time that they truly faced the outside world. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out some medium-grade and high-grade true essence stones and arranged them in order around the transmission array. Then, he began to activate the array symbols in order. Right after, a hazy white light began to drift up from the entire transmission array. Being enveloped in this dim white light, Lin Ming's mind was filled with a wistful emotion. Skyspill continent, South Horizon region. I'm finally coming back. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,